The retired old man is a nuisance. A young man's voice echoed through the meeting room. At that moment, a warm liquid trickled down from my head. It was coffee. Ah, the old man's bald head is so smooth it looks like a slide. Raymond's mocking voice sent a chill through the meeting room. However, the reason for the tension was far different from what he had expected. I stood up quietly, wiping my face with the sleeve of my coffee-soaked suit. Then, I slowly turned toward Raymond. Do you realize how serious the consequences of your actions could be? Huh? What are you talking about, old man? You trying to get yourself fired? At that moment, the meeting room door flew open. Peter. I deeply apologize for such a disgraceful act. Mr. Nelson? Why are you bowing to this old man? Ignoring Raymond, the director, Nelson bowed deeply to me. Mr. Owens, we will take strict action regarding this individual. Mr.? The atmosphere in the meeting room shifted instantly. The blood drained from Raymond's face. Do you have anything else to say? The room fell silent, the weight of my calm tone pressing heavily on the air. Raymond opened his mouth as if to speak, but no words came out. Young people like you are the ones who carry the future of this company. That's why this matter will be dealt with thoroughly and appropriately. At my words, Raymond's face turned pale. He finally began to understand the situation he was in. That said, you still have potential. Show me how you plan to recover from this failure. Let's see what you're truly capable of. With my suit still damp with coffee, I slowly began to walk away. Now, your real work begins. My name is Peter. I'm 57 years old this year. Although I hold the title of chairman overseeing a group of 50 companies, I am currently working as just another new employee. Over 30 years ago, I started out at a small factory. The president at the time recognized my potential, and I gradually climbed to positions of greater responsibility. Then, 10 years ago, that same president suddenly entrusted me with managing the entire group. But I always had my doubts. Was I truly capable of bearing this immense responsibility? Had I lost touch with the voices from the ground level? These questions grew stronger with each passing day. So I made a decision. I would conceal my identity and work as a new employee to experience the reality of the workplace firsthand. Of course, I enlisted the help of Mr. Nelson and the HR manager, Dominic, who were aware of my plan. The department I was assigned to was a new business division I had established before becoming chairman. It had transformed significantly since then, now filled with young employees. None of them were aware of who I really was. 1 month had passed since I began working as a new hire. I had witnessed the fresh ideas of the younger employees and, at times, their unreasonable behavior. And today marked a turning point. This morning, I showed up to work as usual. I chose an older suit than usual and styled my hair to emphasize my gray strands. I stepped into the elevator, heading for the office floor. When the door opened, the office was already bustling with young employees hard at work. Among them was Raymond, a new hire who had recently caught my attention. He was talented but had a reputation for being arrogant towards senior employees, which had raised concerns. I quietly made my way to my desk and checked the sticky note with the day's tasks. It read, 9:30 a.m. General Meeting. Looking at the clock, I saw there were 15 minutes left. Grabbing my materials, I headed toward the meeting room. On the way, Michelle, a colleague from my department, called out to me. Good morning, Peter. Today's meeting feels a bit nerve-wracking, doesn't it? Good morning, Michelle. Don't worry, you'll do great. She smiled slightly, looking a little reassured by my words. Michelle, now in her 3rd year at the company, always worked diligently and showed great respect toward her senior colleagues. When I entered the meeting room, a few employees were already seated. I quietly took my seat and began reviewing the materials. The pivotal meeting was about to begin. Little did I know, the events of this day would drastically change my life. 30 minutes had passed since the general meeting began. It was clear that Trevor, the manager, was losing the young employee's focus with his overly long explanations. I noticed Raymond, seated next to me, secretly fiddling with his phone. Suddenly, Trevor directed a question at him. "Raymond, what's your opinion on the points I just explained?" Startled, Raymond quickly looked up, scrambling to hide the fact that he hadn't been paying attention. Yes. He hesitated, his words faltering as he glanced around to gauge the reactions of those around him. Seeing this, I quietly whispered the correct answer. Raymond immediately repeated it, narrowly escaping the awkward situation. Trevor nodded in satisfaction and continued with his explanation. Raymond gave me a small nod of acknowledgement, but his eyes still carried a hint of disdain. As the meeting concluded and employees began to leave their seats, Raymond approached me. "Hey, Peter. Thanks for earlier. Don't mention it. But listen, old man, don't get cocky. Just because you helped me out doesn't mean you can act like you're something special. That wasn't my intention. Whatever. Buy me lunch. Consider it payback." Before I could refuse, Raymond walked away. With a deep sigh, I returned to my desk. When lunchtime came, I kept my promise and headed to the cafeteria with Raymond. He began ordering one expensive dish after another, showing no concern for my wallet. It's been a while since I've had such a fancy meal. Thanks, old man. Maybe so, but Raymond, if you're eating on the company's expense account, you should be a bit more modest. Who do you think you are, lecturing me while spending someone else's money? It's not like you're earning much anyway. Expenses are the company's money. We all need to use it responsibly. Shut up. It's none of your business, old man. Raymond ignored my words and wolfed down his meal with gusto. Other employees glanced at us discreetly, their expressions hard to read. The embarrassment and frustration made it hard for me to swallow my food. After the meal, we returned to the office, where Raymond confidently started talking to his peers. "Man, that new old guy is seriously annoying. You again? Stop bullying Peter." "I'm not bullying him. He's the one who keeps sticking his nose into my business. Don't you think Peter's pretty capable? He's always thorough with his work." "What? That old man? No matter what he does, it's not worth much. We're way more competent than he'll ever be." I overheard their conversation as I headed back to my desk. While I knew Raymond's attitude needed to be corrected, I struggled with the limitations of my position as a new hire. Just then, Dominic entered the room. "Everyone, gather around. I have an important announcement." As the employees assembled, Dominic began speaking with a stern expression. There was a critical error in the project proposal submitted last month. We've received a serious complaint from the client. A wave of unease rippled through the employees. "Raymond, can you explain what happened?" Caught off guard, Raymond couldn't hide his anxiety. Yes, well. It seems the data you used in your report was outdated, from last year. Because of that, the client was presented with incorrect recommendations. That can't be. It's a fact, and we have the evidence. Your carelessness has caused significant damage to the company. Raymond's face turned pale. The other employees exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of disappointment and pity. "Raymond, you'll need to take responsibility for this. Details of the consequences will be communicated later." With that, Dominic left the room. Raymond stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. I approached him and spoke softly. "Are you okay? Let me know if there's anything I can do to help." "Shut up. What could an old guy like you possibly do? Just stay out of my way." Raymond shouted angrily and stormed out of the room. The remaining employees exchanged confused and uneasy glances. Michelle came over to me. "Peter, I'm worried about Raymond." "Yeah, I am too. But unless he realizes it himself, nothing will change. You're right. But if you're willing to support him, I'll help too. Thanks, Michelle. Your kindness will surely reach him someday. That afternoon, Raymond was nowhere to be seen. He was likely summoned to HR. By evening, Raymond finally returned. His expression was somber, and his usual arrogance was gone. I casually approached him. Raymond, are you all right? For a moment, he looked like he was about to lash out but quickly slumped his shoulders in resignation. Yeah, I guess. If there's anything I can do to help, don't hesitate to ask. All right. His response was curt, but at least I wasn't met with insults. I hoped this might be the first step toward improving our relationship. As the workday drew to a close, Raymond unusually showed a willingness to work overtime. He was likely trying to make up for his mistake. I decided to stay as well, making it seem casual. While keeping an eye on Raymond, I continued with my own work. Around 9 p.m., Raymond finally stood up from his desk. He was packing his belongings, his face weary with exhaustion. Good job today, Raymond. You worked really hard. Whatever. If your house is far, I can lend you money for a taxi. No, thank you. His response was curt, but it lacked the hostility he once displayed. It felt like something inside him was starting to change, albeit slowly. The next morning, Raymond arrived at the office earlier than usual. He seemed to be revising the documents from the previous day, preparing to resubmit them. I casually approached his desk. Good morning, Raymond. You're here early. Good morning. To my surprise, Raymond responded with polite language. Are you fixing the documents? Need a hand? He hesitated for a moment but then nodded slightly. Please. We worked together in silence, focusing on the task. Watching Raymond work, it became clear how skilled he was. However, many of his mistakes stemmed from a lack of experience. When lunchtime arrived, while others headed to the cafeteria, Raymond remained at his desk. Raymond, aren't you going for lunch? No, I need to finish this. I see. Well, why don't you eat this while you work? I pulled out the rice balls I had brought from home. Really? Are you sure? Of course, go ahead. Looking a little flustered, he accepted the rice balls. Thank you. For a moment, I thought I saw tears glistening in his eyes. However, he quickly turned away and resumed his work. By 3 p.m., the revisions were finally complete. Raymond took a deep breath and headed to the HR department to submit them. 30 minutes later, he returned. Judging by his expression, things seemed to have gone well. Peter. How did it go? They accepted it, somehow. Good, that's great news. It's all thanks to you, Peter. I really appreciate it. Raymond bowed deeply. The other employees watched the scene with expressions of surprise. From that moment on, Raymond's behavior began to change. His attitude towards senior employees softened, and he started taking his work more seriously. However, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The deeper, underlying issues within him remained unresolved. It would be some time before those issues came to the surface. About a month had passed since Raymond's attitude began to improve. He approached his work more earnestly than before, and his reputation among colleagues was gradually rising. Yet, beneath the surface, a new problem was brewing. Amid these changes, a new project was initiated. It was a large-scale endeavor aimed at expanding the company's customer base. Trevor carefully deliberated on who to appoint as the project leader. The person chosen was Mary from the HR department. She is 34 years old. Since joining the company, she has made a name for herself in the HR department, becoming the youngest manager in its history. After earning her MBA overseas, she successfully reformed the company's HR systems, earning the nickname the Princess of HR. Mary, I'd like you to lead this project. Me? I'm honored. Yes. I want you to bring a fresh perspective to this team, using your experience in HR and the latest management theories you've learned abroad. I'll give it my all. However, this decision caused ripples within the department. Senior employees expressed dissatisfaction with Mary's appointment. Why is someone so young being made the leader? Exactly. She only knows HR, how can she handle this? Even among younger employees, there were complaints. Why Mary? We have ideas too. Yeah, she always gets the spotlight. Seeing the growing tension, I decided to discuss it with Trevor. Trevor, it seems Mary's appointment as leader is creating a negative atmosphere in the department. I'm aware. But I think this is a valuable opportunity for both Mary and the department as a whole. What do you mean? I want Mary to demonstrate leadership outside of HR. And I want the other employees to develop the flexibility to embrace new perspectives. I see. Peter, I'd like you to be the sub-leader for this project, supporting Mary. Me? Yes. You can act as a bridge between Mary and the rest of the team. After a moment of thought, I made my decision. I see. I'll do my best. The next day, the first project meeting was held. Mary stood in front of the team, looking nervous. For this project, we aim to acquire new customers while improving satisfaction among existing ones. However, the atmosphere in the meeting room was cold. No one seemed willing to share their opinions. I'd like to hear everyone's thoughts, she said hesitantly. Well, isn't it the leader's job to decide on the direction, someone muttered. Mary couldn't hide her unease. At that moment, I spoke up. Everyone, this project isn't just Mary's, it's ours. Together, we'll build something great. Let's combine our experiences and knowledge to achieve the best results. My words seemed to break the ice, and slowly, the employees started sharing their ideas. Mary also regained her composure, and the discussion turned constructive. After the meeting, Mary approached me. Peter, thank you. No, you did great, Mary. Let's keep working hard together. She nodded shyly. However, this harmony didn't last long. As the project progressed, Mary's tendency to act unilaterally became increasingly apparent. One day, she suddenly presented a new advertisement concept. Everyone, look at this. This will definitely capture the hearts of young people. But, Mary, won't this alienate our existing customers? It'll be fine. We'll attract so many new customers that it'll more than make up for it. The employees exchanged uneasy glances. I, too, felt that proceeding with this approach was risky. Mary, can I have a word with you? I called Mary into a separate room. I understand your enthusiasm, but wouldn't it be wiser to proceed more cautiously? But, Peter, if we miss this chance, our competitors will beat us to it. I get it, but the risks are too high. We need to consider the overall balance. That's enough. You're just stuck in old ways of thinking, Peter. Mary stormed out of the room in anger. Despite my advice, Mary went ahead and published the advertisement based on her own judgment. The results were disastrous. While new customers did increase, the number of existing customers leaving far outweighed the gains. Trevor was furious. Mary, what have you done? But we gained new customers, didn't we? Fool. Neglecting existing customers isn't how we sustain the company's profits. Mary lowered her head, silently enduring the scolding. You're no longer fit to lead this project. From now on, Peter will take over as the leader. I see. After Trevor left, I approached Mary. Mary, you were right, Peter. I should have listened to you. I'm just not cut out for this. That's not true. Yes, you failed this time, but you have talent. Use this experience to grow. Do you really think so? Yes, I do. Let's work together to turn things around. Mary gave a small nod. However, her eyes reflected a mix of complex emotions. After this incident, Mary's attitude began to change. The proactive spirit she once had seemed to fade, and she appeared to lose confidence. Over time, she started coming in late and missing work more frequently. Under my leadership, the project managed to get back on track. However, every time I saw Mary, I felt a pang of guilt. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had failed to nurture her potential properly. This experience taught me the complexities and importance of talent development. It also made me reflect deeply on how to guide the younger generation, who would shape the company's future. 2 weeks had passed since Raymond's sudden resignation. The atmosphere in the department remained heavy, with anxiety and tension lingering among the employees. Amid this, a new crisis arose. One morning, Trevor burst into the office, his face pale. "This is bad. Raymond has been leaking our confidential information on social media." The office erupted in shock. "What do you mean?" Trevor pulled out his phone and showed Raymond's social media account. It was filled with posts exposing company secrets and personal information about employees. "This is going to cause serious problems." I quickly reviewed the posts. They included project details, client contracts, and even employee salary information. "This is severe," I said gravely. "Yes, we may need to consider legal action." At that moment, Michelle rushed over, looking alarmed. "It's spreading. Raymond's posts are going viral, and even the media are starting to pick it up." The situation was escalating rapidly. The company was thrown into chaos, with employees showing expressions of fear and anger as they tried to process what was happening. "Peter, I have a favor to ask." "Yes, what is it?" "I want you to try contacting Raymond. He might be willing to listen if it's you." I hesitated, but given the seriousness of the situation, I decided there was no other choice. "All right. I'll give it a try." I first called Raymond's old phone number, but it was no longer in service. I then tried sending a direct message on social media, only to find his accounts deactivated. Still, refusing to give up, I eventually discovered information about a cafe he frequently visited. I decided to take a chance. The next morning, I waited at that cafe. 3 hours after it opened, Raymond finally appeared. "Raymond." He looked startled when he saw me, but his expression quickly turned hostile. "What do you want, old man? Haven't you bothered me enough? It's about your posts. They're too dangerous. Please, take them down immediately." "Ha, what's the point of saying that now? You all treated me like I didn't matter. That was never anyone's intention. We valued your talent, that's why." "Shut up. Don't give me that nonsense. In the end, I was just disposable to you, wasn't I?" I could see tears welling up in Raymond's eyes. It was clear that anger, sadness, and regret were all swirling within him. "Raymond, we've always cared about you. We still do." "Liar. You all betrayed me." His voice rose, drawing the attention of other customers in the cafe. "Calm down and listen to me. Your actions are hurting a lot of people. Are you really okay with that? Why should I care? I was hurt too. I want them to feel the same pain. But will that truly make you happy?" For a moment, Raymond was at a loss for words. "You have incredible talent. There are still plenty of ways to use it for good. Well, let's figure out a solution together. We can direct your energy towards something positive." Raymond remained silent, his expression conflicted. I slowly approached him and placed a hand on his shoulder. "You're not alone. We're here for you." At that moment, tears streamed down his face. What have I done? It's not too late. Let's fix this together." Raymond continued crying for a while, then finally looked up. "All right. I'll delete the posts. I breathed a sigh of relief. But I knew this was only the beginning of addressing the problem. After leaving the cafe, I accompanied Raymond back to the company. When we entered the office, employees stared at us with a mix of surprise and suspicion. Trevor hurried over. Raymond. Raymond bowed deeply. I'm sorry. I've deleted all the posts and posted an apology statement. Trevor's stern expression softened slightly with relief. Got it. But your actions have caused a serious problem. What do you plan to do now? I'm prepared to accept any punishment. Standing beside Raymond, I turned to Trevor and said, Trevor, Raymond's actions were indeed problematic, but he still has room to grow. Could we consider giving him another chance? Trevor's expression remained stern. I understand how you feel, Peter, but this isn't a matter that can be easily forgiven. At that moment, voices began to rise from the surrounding employees. I think Raymond deserves another chance too. I agree. His talent is undeniable. One after another, voices in support of Raymond emerged. Trevor looked visibly conflicted. Everyone. I leaned closer to Trevor and spoke in a low voice. Trevor, what if we turn this crisis into an opportunity? We could use Raymond's experience to strengthen our information security and improve our young employee development programs. After a moment of thought, Trevor slowly nodded. All right. Raymond, you'll be given another chance, but under strict conditions. A glimmer of hope returned to Raymond's eyes. Yes, I'll accept any conditions. First, you will serve a 6-month unpaid suspension. During this time, you will study information security and participate in community service. Afterward, we will reassess your suitability for returning to the company. Yes, I understand. Thank you very much. And Peter, I'd like you to oversee Raymond's rehabilitation program. Yes, I'll take full responsibility. A collective sigh of relief spread through the office. The immediate crisis was averted, but the path ahead would be far from easy. Over the following months, Raymond faced his mistakes head-on and worked diligently. He received guidance from information security experts and began initiatives to share his new knowledge within the company. He also actively participated in local volunteer activities, rebuilding his connection with society. As his supervisor, I closely monitored his progress. There were times when I had to be stern, and other times when I offered words of encouragement. Gradually, Raymond began to change. His arrogance faded, replaced by a genuine expression of gratitude toward those around him. 6 months later, the day of Raymond's reinstatement review arrived. As I watched him enter the meeting room with a tense expression, I couldn't resist offering a few words. Do your best. Raymond gave a small nod and disappeared behind the door. An hour later, he returned with a bright smile. I did it, Peter. They approved my reinstatement. Congratulations. You worked hard for this. It's all thanks to everyone's support. Thank you so much. Raymond's reinstatement brought a renewed sense of energy to the department. His experience significantly contributed to strengthening the company's information security and improving the young employee training programs. Moreover, his transformation had a positive impact on his colleagues, fostering better communication throughout the department. 6 months after the crisis, the company achieved its highest ever performance. Trevor, addressing all employees, expressed his gratitude. Thank you all for delivering such outstanding results. I especially want to acknowledge Raymond for overcoming challenges and creating new value. And Peter for his unwavering support. A thunderous round of applause filled the room. Raymond bowed shyly, and I responded humbly. That evening, the department held a celebration. Raymond approached me during the event. Peter, thank you so much. I don't think I'd be here today without you. No, it's all thanks to your own efforts. I just gave you a little push. Not at all. You've been a true mentor and leader to me. Please continue to guide me. Of course. Let's keep working hard together. We smiled and toasted together, marking the beginning of a brighter chapter. Through this experience, I once again realized the importance of believing in the value and potential of every employee. I etched this lesson into my heart, determined to share it with all employees as chairman of the group overseeing 50 companies. As the department began to regain its calm atmosphere, a new challenge awaited us. A large-scale project was launched to review the overall management strategy for the entire group. This project aimed to assemble top talent from various departments to create strategies tailored to the demands of a new era. I decided to join this project, once again as an ordinary employee. Of course, I kept my position as chairman a secret. My goal was to better understand the employees' true thoughts and uncover challenges at the ground level. On the first day of the project, the team members gathered in the meeting room, their faces tense with anticipation. Soon, Mary, the project leader, entered the room. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mary, and I'll be leading this project. I look forward to working with you. Mary is 34 years old. She has over a decade of experience in the HR department and holds an overseas MBA. She was a rising star who had successfully reformed the group's HR systems and earned the title the Princess of HR. Her abilities were highly regarded both inside and outside the company, and she was expected to become a key leader for the next generation. Let me briefly share my background. Since joining the company, I've been involved in various reforms within the HR department. Notably, 3 years ago, I led an HR reform initiative that simultaneously boosted employee motivation and improved company performance. The team members listened attentively, impressed by her achievements. Additionally, I've applied what I learned during my MBA studies to analyze our company's challenges from a global perspective. I aim to leverage these insights to their fullest extent in this project. Her confident demeanor evoked a mix of hope and apprehension among the team members. Now, let's discuss the purpose of this project. Our company has become too reliant on past successes and is at risk of falling behind the times. Bold reforms are essential. Her words drew frowns from some of the senior members. Specifically, we need to reconsider seniority-based promotions, introduce a merit-based system, and her proposals systematically rejected traditional systems one after another. While they were undoubtedly innovative, they seemed like impractical theories that ignored the realities of the workplace. I raised my hand quietly. Mary, may I ask a question? Yes, please. Your proposals are fresh and forward-thinking. However, don't you think it's essential to consider feedback from the front lines? Mary's expression stiffened slightly. Peter, was it? Thank you for your input. However, we can't let ourselves be swayed by the voices from the field if we want to drive real change. Sometimes bold decisions are necessary. But reforms that ignore the field can. Excuse me, but as the project leader, I make the decisions. This is my approach. Her words froze the atmosphere in the meeting room. The other members also wore expressions of confusion and hesitation. That day's meeting proceeded under Mary's unilateral direction, with little input from others. After the meeting, I overheard some team members whispering in the hallway. With that attitude, there's no way this project will succeed. But she's the HR ace. Nobody can oppose her. I silently listened to their conversation. It was clear that the project was headed for failure if things continued like this. However, as an ordinary employee, my ability to exert significant influence was limited. I decided to take a different approach. I began by having individual discussions with key people from various departments to gather feedback from the front lines. A conversation with George, an experienced employee in the sales department. Reforms are necessary, sure. But we can't disregard the trust we've built with our clients over the years. A discussion with Matthew, a mid-level worker in manufacturing. Merit-based systems sound good, but manufacturing takes time. If we focus only on short-term results, quality will suffer. I carefully compiled these insights into a comprehensive report. The day of the project's midterm review arrived. Now, let's begin the midterm review. I'll start by explaining the overall direction and then. Excuse me, Mary. Yes? What is it, Peter? May I share a brief report with the group? Mary's expression clearly showed displeasure, but sensing the team's attention on her, she reluctantly agreed. Fine. Please keep it brief. I stood up and displayed the presentation materials I had prepared. Over the past month, I've gathered input from various departments. What became clear is that while reforms are necessary, we must also preserve the strengths that define our company. The team members listened attentively, intrigued by my presentation. For instance, in the sales department, long-standing trust with clients is a powerful asset. In the manufacturing department, quality management over the long term is a significant strength. We need reforms that strike a balance, incorporating new initiatives while leveraging these existing advantages. When I finished my presentation, applause erupted in the room. Many team members were nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, Mary's expression remained stiff. Peter, it seems you've done some thorough research. But such lukewarm reforms won't keep us competitive. Mary, isn't the essence of reform to improve the company? Lowering employee morale would defeat the purpose. If you say that, we'll never achieve meaningful change. Mary's voice grew louder and sharper. At that moment, the meeting room door opened, and Mr. Nelson, the project's overall supervisor, entered. Mary, calm down. Mr. Nelson. Mr. Nelson glanced at me and nodded subtly. Peter's insights are worth considering. His experience and perspective are invaluable to this project. Mary looked speechless, her expression confused. Mary, your passion and fresh ideas are excellent. But to bring them to fruition, you must also listen to the voices from the field. Work with Peter to create an even better reform plan. Mary reluctantly nodded. I understand. From that day forward, the project's direction shifted significantly. Mary and I, despite our differences, began recognizing each other's strengths and collaborating effectively. Peter, to be honest, I was resistant at first. But listening to you made me realize how narrow my perspective had been. Not at all, Mary. It's your innovative ideas that have brought this project closer to success. The two of us shared a laugh. Seeing this exchange, the other team members also showed relieved expressions. The project progressed smoothly, and the day of the final report arrived. Executives from the group companies gathered in the venue. Now, we'll begin the final report. This project aimed to integrate innovative reforms with traditional strengths. I joined Mary on stage, providing supplementary explanations. Specifically, we propose introducing a hybrid seniority and merit-based HR system, establishing a mentor-mentee pairing program between veterans and younger employees, and as the presentation continued, the atmosphere in the room began to shift. The executives' eyes lit up, and their nods became more frequent. After the presentation, Mr. Nelson stood up. This is an excellent proposal. It maintains employee motivation while preparing us for the new era. Let's implement it immediately. A wave of applause erupted in the room. Mary and I exchanged a look of shared accomplishment. However, this success triggered a new development. After the project concluded, Mary received a directive from the HR department. She was appointed as the president of one of the group companies. Peter, I've been appointed as a company president. Congratulations. You're more than capable of excelling in this role. But, can I really handle such a huge responsibility? You can. Through this project, you've grown tremendously. And most importantly, you've learned not to shoulder everything alone but to listen to those around you. Mary nodded, her eyes glistening with tears. Thank you. I feel so fortunate to have a wonderful mentor like you, Peter. No, it goes both ways. I learned a lot from you as well. After Mary transitioned to her new role as president, the project's results steadily began to bear fruit. The company atmosphere became more vibrant, and young employees' opinions were increasingly welcomed. Performance metrics also showed consistent upward growth. One day, Mr. Nelson visited my desk. Peter, excellent work. As expected, you are. Mr. Nelson, let's not discuss that here, I interrupted. Mr. Nelson paused, then nodded slightly. Right. However, it might be time to reveal everything. Yes, I've been thinking the same. But please, allow me to continue in this position just a little longer. Mr. Nelson smiled softly and walked away. I stared out the window and let out a deep sigh of relief. Through this project, I had rediscovered the importance of the front lines and the potential of young talent. These lessons would undoubtedly become invaluable as I continued to lead all employees in my capacity as chairman. However, the day my true identity would be revealed was fast approaching. And it would arrive in a completely unexpected way. A few weeks after the project's success, the entire company was enveloped in a positive and forward-thinking atmosphere. But the peace didn't last. One morning, a wave of tension swept through the office. A major accounting scandal was uncovered at one of the group companies. Mr. Nelson entered the department with a grave expression. We're holding an emergency strategy meeting. Key members, gather in the conference room immediately. I headed to the meeting room as well. Inside, the heads of various departments had already gathered. I'll explain the situation, Nelson began. It has come to light that fraudulent accounting amounting to approximately $10 million occurred at Company A. We must resolve this swiftly and work to regain trust. The room erupted in murmurs. $10 million? Who could be behind this? Initial investigations suggest that the former president, Steve, and CFO, Norman, were the primary perpetrators. At that moment, Harvey, the HR director, spoke up. Steve, wasn't he the one we assigned as Mary's successor? Mr. Nelson nodded heavily. That's correct. It seems he deceived us all. I was stunned. Steve, who had been appointed as Mary's successor. His actions completely undermined all the effort she had put in. Anger welled up inside me. But succumbing to emotion wouldn't solve anything. I needed to approach this calmly. Mr. Nelson, do we have a response plan in place? Mr. Nelson looked at me, his expression softening with reassurance. Yes. First, we'll conduct a thorough investigation of the facts and communicate with all relevant parties. And then, as Mr. Nelson outlined the steps, my mind raced with strategies to address the crisis. How could we navigate through this challenge? After the meeting concluded and everyone began returning to their roles, Mr. Nelson stopped me. Peter, I have a favor to ask. Yes, what is it? I'd like to appoint you as the leader of this investigation and response effort. Me? Are you sure? Yes. I trust that you, with your balanced perspective, can resolve the situation fairly. I hesitated for a moment, but then resolved myself. I see. I'll give it everything I've got. Good. And, perhaps there's no need to keep your identity hidden any longer. I gave a small nod. Indeed, overcoming this crisis might require revealing my true position. A few days into the investigation, startling revelations came to light. Steve had been orchestrating systemic fraud from the moment he assumed his position. Even more shocking, Harvey was complicit in his actions. I immediately reported this to Mr. Nelson. Harvey was involved in this fraud? I can't believe it. Harvey, of all people. The evidence is clear. Harvey has been acquainted with Steve for years. And it seems he was the one who orchestrated Steve's placement in the first place. Mr. Nelson let out a deep sigh. I see. Summon Harvey immediately. We called Harvey to the meeting room. He entered, feigning ignorance. Is there an urgent matter? Harvey, it seems you were involved in the fraud at Company A, Mr. Nelson said sternly. Harvey's face immediately changed. What are you talking about? I was only. Enough, Harvey. We have all the evidence we need. I spread the incriminating documents across the table. Harvey's face turned pale. This isn't right. It was all Steve's doing. We have Steve's testimony as well. He stated that you were the one who approached him first. Harvey slumped into a chair, defeated. How did you figure it out? Peter's investigation uncovered the truth. His insight has been extraordinary. Harvey glared at me. Peter, when did you? At that moment, the meeting room door opened. Several police officers entered. You are under arrest as an accomplice in the fraudulent accounting case, one officer announced. Harvey offered no resistance, staring blankly. As he was being escorted out, he turned back to me and asked, Who are you really? I replied calmly. Just a new employee. Harvey's eyes widened in shock. Then, he was escorted out by the police officers. Left alone in the room, Mr. Nelson turned to me. Peter, no, Mr. Owens. Perhaps it's time to reveal the truth. Yes, it seems the time has come. The next day, an emergency meeting was held for all employees. The atmosphere in the hall was tense. Mr. Nelson stepped up to the podium and began speaking. Everyone, I deeply apologize for the recent scandal. However, we have already begun implementing measures to overcome this crisis. Murmurs spread through the crowd. And now, I would like to introduce the key person who made this possible. Someone you all know well. Nelson pointed toward me. Peter. In fact, he is none other than the chairman of our group, Mr. Nelson announced. The room erupted into murmurs of astonishment. Everyone wore expressions of shock and disbelief. I stepped onto the podium and took hold of the microphone. Everyone, I apologize for the confusion. I've been working alongside you as an ordinary employee to better understand the voices of the front lines. The room fell completely silent. Through this experience, I've learned so much. And now, in the face of this crisis, I've realized what actions we must take to move forward. I went on to explain the events leading up to the crisis and the measures we had implemented to address it. Finally, I concluded with these words. We will overcome this crisis. Together, we will rebuild this company to be stronger and more sincere than ever before. I ask for your support. A thunderous round of applause filled the room. I could see the spark of hope returning to the employees' eyes. After the gathering, many employees came up to me. Peter, no, Mr. Owens. We're here to fully support you. It's an honor to have worked alongside you, Mr. Owens. Please continue listening to the voices of the field. I responded to each of them with gratitude and sincerity. That evening, as I stayed late at the office working, there was a knock at my door. Come in. The door opened, and Mary entered. Peter, or rather, Mr. Owens, she said, bowing deeply. Please, Mary, just Peter is fine. How have you been? Mary bowed again, tears brimming in her eyes. I'm so sorry. My successor. Mary, this wasn't your fault. In fact, because of you, we were able to detect the issue early. What? The communication system you established allowed us to identify the signs of fraud quickly. Mary's eyes glistened with emotion. Thank you, Mr. Owens. I'll continue doing my best. I'll need your strength, Mary. Let's rebuild this company together. Mary nodded resolutely. For the next few months, we worked tirelessly. We uncovered the full extent of the fraud, implemented preventative measures, and focused on rebuilding trust. Finally, the day of the press conference arrived. Facing a room full of reporters, I began to speak. First, I would like to offer my deepest apologies for this scandal. We take full responsibility and have committed ourselves as a company to ensuring this never happens again. The reporters eagerly jotted down notes. Specifically, we have strengthened compliance measures, expanded our whistleblowing system, and I detailed our efforts and outlined our vision for the future. During the Q&A session, sharp questions were fired, but I addressed each one earnestly and with transparency. After the conference concluded, Mr. Nelson approached me. "Well done, Mr. Owens. That was an excellent press conference. Thank you. But this is just the beginning. Indeed, the real challenge starts now." That night, I returned home earlier than I had in a long time. My wife greeted me with a concerned expression. "Are you all right? You're not overworking yourself, are you?" "I'm fine. In fact, I feel clearer now that I know exactly what needs to be done." She smiled, relieved. "Still, I never imagined you'd go undercover as an ordinary employee. That's just like you. But thanks to that, you've learned a lot, haven't you?" "Yes, absolutely. I've experienced firsthand the struggles and joys of our employees. I'm confident that these experiences will prove invaluable for future management. I'm sure you'll do great." Filled with gratitude toward my wife, I renewed my determination for the challenges ahead. The next day at the office, the employees were more energetic than ever. "Good morning, Mr. Owens. Let's give it our best today. Yes, let's work hard together." I envisioned the new company we would create after overcoming this crisis. And I was confident that this vision would become a reality in the not-too-distant future. Believing in the strength of each employee, I resolved to keep moving forward. A month had passed since the press conference, and the company was gradually recovering. However, a new issue emerged. A rival company, Golden Trading, was taking advantage of the scandal to try and steal one of our key clients. One day, George, the head of sales, rushed into my office in a panic. "Mr. Owens, it's serious. Golden Trading has approached Alpha Corp with a proposal offering unprecedented terms." "What? Tell me everything." George explained the information he had received from Alpha Corp's representative. Simon, the head of sales at Golden Trading, had personally visited Alpha Corp and offered exceptionally favorable terms. "I see. Let's go to Alpha Corp immediately." I headed to Alpha Corp with George. Upon arrival, I was met with a surprising sight at the reception area. Simon from Golden Trading was just walking out. When he saw us, he flashed a provocative smile. Well, Mr. Owens. Are you so worried about losing a client that you had to come here in person?" "Simon, fair competition is welcome. However, I won't tolerate unethical tactics." "Unethical?" "Continuing business with a company involved in a scandal like yours is what's truly unethical." His words stirred anger within me. However, losing my temper here would mean defeat. I took a deep breath and regained my composure. "We deeply regret our mistakes and are making every effort to restore trust. I believe it's only fair to let the client make their decision based on those efforts." Simon clicked his tongue and walked past us dismissively. We were then escorted to the president's office at Alpha Corporation. Middle-aged Mr. Snyder greeted us with a stern expression. "Mr. Owens, explain yourself. We've trusted your company for years. How could this happen? First, let me sincerely apologize." I bowed deeply and carefully explained the circumstances of the scandal and the measures we had taken to prevent a recurrence. "We are committed to transparency and will prioritize trust in our client relationships moving forward." Mr. Snyder folded his arms and pondered deeply before speaking. "I see. Your sincerity is clear. However, yes? Golden Trading's proposal is extremely attractive. Honestly, I'm torn." This was the critical moment. I steeled myself and began to speak. Mr. Snyder, please give us a chance. 3 months. If we can't provide more value than golden trading within that time, you're free to end our partnership. Mr. Snyder's eyes lit up with interest. That's an interesting proposal. What exactly do you have in mind? First, we'll develop new products utilizing our latest technology. Then, we'll significantly enhance after-sales service. Additionally, I outlined the detailed plan. Mr. Snyder listened intently, his expression serious. I see. I'll give you a 3-month grace period because of your passion. Thank you. I promise we'll exceed your expectations. When we returned to the office, I immediately called an emergency meeting. Everyone, the next 3 months are critical. Let's give everything we've got for Alpha Corporation. I could see the flames of determination in the eyes of the employees. For the next 3 months, the entire company worked as one. The development team debated late into the night, crafting new products, while the sales team thoroughly researched customer needs. I also spent as much time as possible in the field, working alongside the employees. Finally, the decisive day arrived. In Alpha Corp's meeting room, we delivered our final presentation. We showcased a demonstration of our new product, detailed our robust support system, and shared our vision for the future, holding nothing back. When the presentation ended, Mr. Snyder stood up. Impressive. Honestly, I didn't expect you to go this far. The air in the room shifted to one of relief. Mr. Owens, you've won. We'll continue our partnership with your company. Cheers erupted from the room. However, Mr. Snyder continued speaking. But this isn't the end. I expect you to take this experience and keep evolving. Of course, we'll do everything we can to meet your expectations. As we left the meeting room, we found Simon waiting in the hallway. Damn. I can't believe we lost. Simon, there are no absolutes in business. We may have won this time, but who knows what will happen next. Let's continue to push each other to improve. Although clearly frustrated, Simon gave a small nod before leaving. Back at the office, the employees welcomed us with a resounding cheer. You all worked incredibly hard. Let's use this momentum to aim even higher. Amidst the cheers, I silently made a vow. I would never again betray the trust of my employees or our clients. And I would make this company even better than it was before. That evening, I enjoyed a rare family dinner out. I'm so glad it worked out. It must have been incredibly tough for you, my wife said. Yes, but seeing how hard the employees worked, I couldn't give up. Dad, you were so cool. Thank you. But the real challenge starts now. As I looked at my family's smiles, I felt the weight of my responsibilities anew. At the same time, I felt a renewed sense of hope for the future. The next day at the office, the employees' eyes shone brighter than ever. A new day has begun. Let's give it our all today. Yes, Mr. Owens. Overcoming this crisis had made the company stronger, of that I was certain. Together with my employees, I was ready to tackle new challenges. With that determination in my heart, I set out to make the most of this new day. A year had passed since the contract renewal with Alpha Corporation. The company had rapidly recovered, with its performance climbing steadily upward. Yet, I still felt that something was missing. During a morning meeting one day, I addressed the employees. Everyone, you've done an incredible job over the past year. Thanks to you, the company has overcome the crisis and achieved remarkable growth. Pride was evident on the faces of the employees. But there's still more we must do, our duty to give back to society. A wave of murmurs spread through the room. We've come this far thanks to the support of so many people. Now, it's our turn to give back to society. I explained the framework of a new social contribution project. The plans covered a wide range of initiatives, including educational support for local children, environmental protection efforts, and assistance for small businesses. This project will require all of your efforts. Let's use our technology and experience to make society a better place. The employees' eyes began to sparkle. One by one, hands shot up. I'd like to start a programming class at a local school. I want to participate in environmental protection activities. I think we can use the company's technology. I'd like to take on the small business support initiative. Their enthusiasm moved me deeply. Thank you, everyone. Let's get started right away. The project advanced rapidly. Employees dedicated themselves to various activities in between their regular work. At local schools, programming classes led by employees became incredibly popular. Seeing the children's eyes light up with curiosity seemed to give the employees a strong sense of purpose. In environmental protection, we developed cleaning robots using our latest technology. These robots proved highly effective in cleaning local beaches and parks. For small business support, we provided our management expertise and technology free of charge. Many companies regained their footing, contributing to the revitalization of the local economy. One day, I visited a local welfare facility. There, I met an elderly man. "Are you the chairman of this company?" "Yes, I am. My grandson's been attending the programming classes your company runs. His attitude has completely changed recently." "Has he?" "That makes me very happy to hear. You're doing a good thing. Keep it up, all right?" I bowed deeply, feeling profoundly grateful for his words. 6 months after the project began, an unexpected visitor arrived one day. It was Simon from Golden Trading, our former rival. "Peter, no, Mr. Owens. I need to talk to you." I guided him to a meeting room. "Actually, your company's activities have inspired us. We're thinking of starting our own social contribution projects. Could you give us some advice?" I couldn't hide my surprise. For a former adversary to come seeking guidance like this was unexpected. "Of course. Let's work together and push each other to build better companies." I thought I saw tears glistening in Simon's eyes. Over time, the collaboration between our companies deepened, leading to the launch of a larger joint project. 1 year after the project began, a celebration was held to honor its success. The event was attended by employees, children who had benefited from the programming classes, small business owners we had supported, and many members of the community. Standing on stage, I looked around the room, overwhelmed with emotion. A year ago, we started this initiative. To be honest, I never imagined it would achieve such remarkable results. The room fell silent. But it was your passion and hard work that made this miracle happen. You brightened the futures of children, saved businesses, and revitalized the community. I bowed deeply. Thank you so much. Because of you, we've remembered the true mission of a company, not just to pursue profits but to contribute to society and the happiness of people. That is the true purpose of a company. A thunderous round of applause erupted. Just then, a small voice called out from the back of the room. "Excuse me, Mr. Owens." I turned to see a young girl from the programming class raising her hand. "Yes, what is it?" "I want to grow up to be just like you, Mr. Owens." Her words brought warm smiles to everyone in the room. "Thank you. I'm sure you'll become an even greater chairman than I am." I gave the girl a thumbs up. The girl, beaming with joy, returned the gesture with her own thumbs up. Watching this moment, my chest swelled with emotion. I realized that this "people's smiles and a future filled with hope" was what I had truly been seeking. Not profits or fame, but the happiness of others. As the event ended and I was about to leave, Mr. Nelson approached me. "Mr. Owens, that was a magnificent speech. To think we've achieved so much, it's incredible. I'm just as amazed." The strength and dedication of our employees are truly remarkable. By the way, Mr. Owens, don't you think it's about time? Yes, I think my role here has been fulfilled. And regarding your successor, I've already decided. She will undoubtedly make both the company and society better. She? You don't mean? Yes, it's Mary. Mr. Nelson looked surprised but quickly nodded in understanding. The following week, I announced my retirement and the new leadership at a press conference. I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who has supported me over the years. I am pleased to announce that Mary will be taking over as the next chairman. As murmurs filled the room, Mary stepped forward. I promise to uphold our traditions while striving for innovation. Above all, I pledge to ensure that we remain a company dedicated to contributing to society. After the press conference, Mary approached me. Mr. Owens. I mean, Peter. Are you really sure about this? And trusting someone like me? Mary, you have all the qualities you need. I'm confident you'll be a better chairman than I ever was. Tears glistened in Mary's eyes. Thank you. I promise to live up to your expectations. I'm counting on you. Just promise me one thing. Of course. What is it? Make it a habit to visit the front lines and listen to the voices of the employees. That's the most important lesson I've learned. Mary nodded firmly. That evening, I celebrated with a small toast at home with my family. You've had a truly incredible career as chairman, my wife said warmly. Thank you. But perhaps this is the beginning of my real life. Dad, what are you going to do next? Well, maybe some volunteer work in the community. And I want to spend more time with all of you. Looking at my family's smiles, I felt a deep sense of happiness. The next morning, the same sun rose as always. But my heart was filled with renewed hope. I had no concerns about the company. Under Mary's leadership, it would undoubtedly continue to thrive. And I still had so much left to do. All right, time to start a new chapter in life. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward into a new future. I vowed to continue doing everything I could to bring happiness to others. With that resolve, my new journey began. As for Steve, the mastermind behind the accounting fraud, and Harvey, his accomplice, their fates were grim. Steve was sentenced to 7 years in prison after his trial. In his days behind bars, he was forced to confront the enormity of his crimes. Gone were the days of luxury, he now struggled with the harsh reality of life in a small prison cell. Harvey received a suspended sentence but had completely lost his social credibility. Unable to find stable employment, Harvey drifted from one part-time job to another. His once high-paying lifestyle now felt like a distant memory. One day, while working at a convenience store, Harvey unexpectedly ran into a former colleague. Harvey. I can't believe it's you. Yeah. Are you okay? Is there anything I can do to help? No, thank you. This is the result of my own actions. Shortly after, Harvey moved away, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. Simon, too, had lost his position at Golden Trading. He was held accountable for the failed negotiations with Alpha Corp and was demoted. Now, he worked quietly in a small, rural branch office. Each time he recalled his past glory, Simon was consumed by waves of regret. If only I had competed more honorably back then. One day, Simon spotted me in town. After retiring, I devoted myself to community volunteer work. Smiling faces naturally gathered around me. Simon stopped and watched the scene for a while. Then, he murmured softly, "That man, he chose the right path." With those words, tears glistened in Simon's eyes. They were tears of regret, but also tears of newfound determination. Thus, those who had strayed found their own ways to atone. Their lives became a testament to the importance of living honestly. 5 years had passed since my retirement. My life had become more fulfilling than ever before. Having stepped away from the company, I devoted myself entirely to community volunteer work. Through an initiative I named the Future Nurturing Association, I engaged in a wide range of activities. From supporting the education of underprivileged children to assisting the elderly in their daily lives. The countless smiles I encountered through this work had become my greatest source of joy. I also spent more time with my family. My wife and I enjoyed what felt like a second honeymoon, and playing with my grandchildren in the park had become a cherished weekend ritual. Each time I saw their smiling faces, I knew I had made the right choice. Recently, I gave a lecture at a local elementary school. It's important to have dreams. But what's even more important is using those dreams to help others. Seeing the serious expressions on the children's faces, I felt a profound sense of hope for the future. After the lecture, a young boy approached me. "Peter, when I grow up, I want to do work that helps people." I gently patted the boy's head and replied, "You can definitely do it. Your smile will become someone's hope." The company, under the leadership of the new president, Mary, continued to thrive. While she occasionally sought my advice, I mostly supported her from a distance, respecting her autonomy. Recently, Mary visited me. "Peter, thanks to you, the company is doing well. But there's one thing I'm struggling with." "What is it?" "I'm not sure if I'm truly connecting with each and every employee the way you did." I gave her a reassuring smile and said, "Mary, you're doing an excellent job. What's important is to always remain humble. If you can do that, your words and actions will surely reach the hearts of your employees." She nodded with a look of relief. "My life now may not be glamorous, but my heart is filled with a profound sense of fulfillment. Surrounded by the smiles of others, I spend each day discovering new joys and lessons. Sometimes, as I gaze out the window into the distance, I murmur to myself, retirement may exist in life, but there's no such thing as giving up entirely. With that, I step out once again toward the people who need me. My new journey of challenges continues. And if this challenge can bring even a small ray of light into someone's life, I truly feel that would be my greatest happiness. You're the worst kind of failure. A man making sweets? It's embarrassing to watch. Look at your brother, he's a candidate for an executive position at our company. Once again, I was being compared to my brother at the packaging company my parents ran. From the moment I was born, I was the inferior younger son, while my brother was the exceptional elder son. That was the unshakable hierarchy in our family. From a young age, all my parents' expectations were directed at him, and I was nothing but a benchmark for comparison. University, career, everything I did was overshadowed by my brother. Even so, I tried my hardest. You're no longer needed in this company. As of today, you're fired. In that moment, everything I had worked for crumbled. All the achievements I had painstakingly built, the trust one had earned, my dreams and hopes, they all slipped away like sand through my fingers. And then it happened. "Would you like to work for us?" Startled by the voice, I turned to see Anna, the daughter of a major confectionery company we did business with, standing there. "I'll pay you 5 times your current salary. I can't let your talent go to waste." Her eyes shone with determination. I didn't realize at the time that this was the turning point of my life. My name is Ian. I just turned 25. Now, sitting at my family's dining table, I'm flipping through an old photo album. Ha! A deep breath escapes my lips. The album is filled with photos of my brother, Luke, holding championship trophies. First place in mock exams, champion of the national math competition, best speaker at the English speech contest. And then, the Tokyo University commencement ceremony. Luke is truly exceptional, isn't he? Yes, he's the pride of our family. My parents' voices drift in from the kitchen. Even on a weekend morning, my father is reviewing work documents while my mother pours him a cup of coffee. My father's voice is always tinged with pride when he speaks about Luke. I silently turn the pages of the album. Then I come across a photo from my high school graduation. Luke is on stage as the valedictorian, while I'm clapping from below. Ian is just. I can't believe he's from the same family as Luke. Compared to him, he's just a failure, my mother says. Her words make me close my eyes. It's true, I was never good at academics. My test scores were always near the bottom. My college entrance exams were a disaster. I failed the Tokyo University twice despite my parents' insistence. After the second failure, they finally gave up and told me, at least graduate from some university, even a private one in the countryside. That's how I managed to get into one. But I do have something I'm good at. I made macarons. I was good at making sweets. In university, I started a confectionery club, running booths at school festivals and local events, and even hosting baking classes at nursing homes. At the university festival, my chiffon cakes were especially popular and sold out every time. Soft, fluffy texture with a gentle sweetness. I wanted to make sweets that brought smiles to people's faces, so I kept experimenting tirelessly. On one of those festival days, when I was almost sold out, a woman stopped by my booth. "This is the last one," I said, handing her the chiffon cake. When she took a bite, her eyes widened. "It's so delicious." I was surprised to see their eyes glistening with tears. "Where is this from?" "No, I made it myself." "You're kidding, homemade?" With a taste like this, I thought it was from a professional. "Don't you run a shop?" "No, not yet. I'm still a student." "I see. Well, if you ever open a shop, make sure to let me know." "Promise me that." The person left without giving their name. But those words became a small seed of hope within me. One day, I'll definitely make someone happy with my sweets. That became an important turning point that made me believe it was possible. Whenever I ran a booth at the university festival or a local event, my sweets always sold out. Even at the baking classes I held at the local nursing home, everyone smiled and enjoyed themselves. Through those experiences, I developed a firm belief. Making sweets is an irreplaceable job that can bring smiles to people's faces. Sweets made with care always reach someone's heart. That's why, after graduation, I wanted to become a pâtissier. But, again? I've had enough of this. Listen, starting tomorrow, you'll work as an employee at our company. I don't believe you can handle a real job. But at least try not to embarrass us. My father's cold voice echoed. He didn't even glance at the box of macarons I had made. My parents' company, Carter Packaging, is a mid-sized business with a 50-year history. They specialize in manufacturing packaging materials and decorative boxes for confectionery companies. With annual sales of $8 million and about 300 employees, it had grown from a modest workshop into a stable company with a wide range of clients. From large candy manufacturers to fancy chocolate shops. Starting tomorrow, I was set to join the company. But everyone said these were delicious. I even came up with the recipe myself. That's enough. My father's angry voice made my hands tremble. The box of macarons shook slightly. Someone like you is the worst kind of failure. A man making sweets, it's embarrassing to even look at. Be more like Luke. He's a rising star at the company. I knew my older brother had become a key figure in the company. He had joined the company, worked hard, and was promoted to manager in just 5 years. His reputation was stellar, and he was expected to climb the ranks and eventually take over as CEO from my father. I'm home. Just then, my brother came back. My mother stood up happily. "Oh, Luke. Working late again?" "Yeah, the meeting for a new project ran long," he replied with a smile. "As expected. The future of this company depends on you. Even the other executives have high praise for your skills." My father proudly patted him on the shoulder. My parents, orbiting around my brother like planets around the sun, poured all their admiration into him. I quietly watched the scene from the corner of the table. Silently, I gathered my macarons and returned to my room. The setting sun outside the window felt strangely melancholic. Starting tomorrow, I would be working at my parents' company. But I couldn't let go of my passion for making sweets. Somehow, I wanted to hold on to this dream and find my own path. I gazed out the window, lost in thought. The twilight sky seemed to waver slightly, reflecting the uncertainty I felt about tomorrow. 6 months had passed since I was assigned to the sales department. Hey, Ian. Is that quote for Mason Confectionary's new product ready yet? Yes, I'll finish it right away. At the sound of Timothy, the manager's voice, I hurriedly resumed my work. As I worked, I couldn't help but sigh. Working at a company that designs packaging for renowned confectionery makers, I was constantly exposed to meetings and presentations showcasing new cakes and chocolates. Just looking at those product proposals made me want to try creating something myself. But my days were filled with endless cycles of estimates and deadlines. Price negotiations were tough, and the tight schedules weighed heavily on me. That evening, exhausted from work, I found myself standing in the kitchen. I had refrained from baking for months, thinking it would be a distraction from my job, but I had reached my limit. I started measuring ingredients, kneading dough, and placing it in the oven. As I immersed myself in the process, all my worries seemed to fade away. By the time I realized it, I had made a mountain of scones. I can't possibly eat all these. In the empty living room, freshly baked scones were neatly lined up. They didn't look bad at all. But I knew I couldn't eat them all by myself, and throwing them away felt wasteful. This always happened. I loved making sweets, but there was no way I could finish them alone. Wait a second. An idea struck me, and the next morning, I decided to bring the scones to work. If anyone would like. I hesitantly offered them to my colleagues. Wow, where did these come from? I made them as a hobby, but I ended up making too many. Kyle, one of my colleagues, immediately grabbed a scone and took a bite. The moment he tasted it, his eyes lit up. This is amazing. You made this yourself? Yeah. It's incredible. Honestly, this is the best scone I've ever had. Kyle's words warmed my heart. Other colleague tried the scones too, exclaiming, "Wow, it's true, these are delicious," with smiles on their faces. Seeing the commotion, senior staff members gathered around. Everyone started taking scones, and before I knew it, the large batch had completely disappeared. Ian, could you bring more next time? Eating your sweets really boosts our morale. With such enthusiastic requests, I couldn't say no. From that day on, I occasionally made sweets to share with my department. Slowly, my sweets gained a reputation around the office. The tired accountant working late perked up after tasting my chocolate cake. A junior designer, disheartened by a failed project, regained their energy while munching on my cookies. Even Timothy, who constantly piled work on me, had a softer expression whenever he ate my treats. Ian, I always look forward to your sweets. What have you made for us today? I could share the joy of baking with everyone here. That thought alone made work suddenly feel a lot more enjoyable. However, the news eventually reached my father. One day, I was summoned to the CEO's office. My mother and brother were there as well. Ian, I hear you've been handing out homemade sweets at the office? My father's furious voice filled the room. Yes. Disgraceful. You're in the sales department. Your job is to sell packaging, not to create the contents. Know your place. A man making sweets, what an embarrassment. But everyone enjoyed them. Silence. Stop this immediately. You're a shame to this family. My father's hand slammed against the desk. My mother, standing beside him, wore a stern expression. Honestly, you're such a troublesome son. You should learn from Luke. He's never done anything unnecessary like this." My brother stood silently, saying nothing. From that day on, I was no longer allowed to bring sweets to the office. The colleagues who had learned of the situation looked disappointed but said nothing, knowing it was an order from Mr. Carter, the CEO. The notes I often found on my desk, "That was delicious" or "Your treats gave me energy, thank you," all disappeared. What remained were rows of numbers and estimates for candy boxes. Is this really the path I'm meant to follow? As I stared at the catalogs of new confectionery products piled on my desk, my chest tightened. Then, one day, I visited a major client. Negotiations with Mason Confectionery were, as usual, proving difficult. Mason Confectionery, a long-established sweets manufacturer with over 100 years of history, is renowned for its premium chocolates and cakes. Their products are a staple in fancy department store at confectionery sections, making them a top-tier brand. With annual sales exceeding $1 billion, they were one of our company's most important clients. The annual contract for their packaging alone was worth several $1,000,000. My father took pride in the fact that our advanced techniques were entrusted with producing their decorative boxes. The current struggle was over the packaging for their new chocolate cake. They were unwilling to accept our proposed estimate. "We cannot agree to this pricing," Anna, the representative I was negotiating with, said as she looked up from the estimate. Anna, the daughter of Mason Confectionery's CEO, had an elegant appearance and a sharp, commanding presence. Recognized for her skill, she was entrusted as the lead for their new product development. "We greatly value your company's advanced printing techniques. The precision of the gold leaf work and the custom inserts are remarkable. However, competing firms have submitted much lower estimates. Why is your estimate so high?" There was a tinge of resignation in her voice. I found myself pointing to a photo of the new chocolate cake spread out on the table. The glossy surface and rich, moist texture were its defining features. This chocolate cake is known for its glossy exterior and moist interior. The texture changes significantly with temperature fluctuations. To preserve its first impression when the box is opened, a specialized insert is necessary to absorb any impact. Without realizing it, I was explaining passionately, drawing from my knowledge of baking. I gestured to the diagrams as my enthusiasm grew. Additionally, condensation caused by temperature changes during storage is a critical issue. Condensation dulls the gloss of the surface. High-quality chocolate is particularly sensitive due to the crystalline structure of cocoa butter. To prevent this, the packaging must ensure airflow while minimizing contact with external elements. While this does raise costs, it guarantees value by protecting the craftsmanship and quality of Mason Confectionery's chocolate cake. This packaging exists to uphold the integrity of your creation. When I glanced at Anna, I noticed her eyes had widened slightly in surprise. "You're quite knowledgeable about sweets, aren't you?" Well, actually, I bake as a hobby," I admitted, flustered. "What kind of sweets?" "A variety. I even make chocolate cakes. I often struggle with temperature control and ingredient ratios." "Oh, wait a moment." I quickly stepped away and pulled a box of madeleines from my bag. Last night, overwhelmed by work stress, I had baked a large batch. I'd brought them to work, planning to share them discreetly without my father finding out. "These are something I made last night. Please have one, if you'd like." I placed the box in front of Anna. She looked surprised but picked up one and took a bite. She brought it to her lips. In that moment, Anna's eyes widened in astonishment. "Did you really make this?" "Yes. Just as a hobby." "I'm impressed. The moist texture and the hint of lemon are just perfect. I really like this. Your cakes." Anna's expression softened. As I found myself captivated by her gentle demeanor, I realized she was now looking directly at me. Flustered, I straightened my posture. "I can see that you've considered every detail, even the contents of the package, Ian. I'll take your sincerity into account and re-evaluate the estimate when I return to the office. Really? Thank you so much. I look forward to your decision. I stood up reflexively and bowed deeply. And by the way, she continued, would it be alright if I took the rest of these madeleines with me? I think sharing them with my colleagues might help them understand your dedication. Of course. If it's not enough, I'll bring more. Anna chuckled softly. In that case, next time, I'd love to try a different cake. I nodded eagerly, almost too many times. From that day forward, negotiations with Mason Confectionery progressed rapidly. With each meeting, I found ways to make better proposals by combining perspectives on both the cakes and the packaging. As a result, we secured the contract for the new product's decorative box under exceptionally favorable terms. Well done, Ian. Timothy called me into his office, wearing a rare smile. To be honest, I didn't think you could handle the Mason Confectionery negotiations. So, what made it go so well? Well, actually, I brought some pastries I'd made, and… Ah, I see. Your pastries were delicious, after all. Makes sense. Timothy crossed his arms thoughtfully. Then he turned back to me. Why don't you take your pastries to other clients as well? Don't worry, I'll secure formal approval from the company. His suggestion made me look up in surprise. But my father. Don't worry about that. I'll frame it as part of our sales strategy and handle it. From then on, my pastries became our sales department's secret weapon. When price negotiations hit a deadlock, during introductions with new clients, or even while addressing complaints, my handmade sweets always served as a perfect conversation starter in any situation. I always look forward to your sweets, Ian. With such a refined palate, I trust you'll understand our needs as well. I started hearing such comments more often, and my relationships with clients grew deeper and stronger. A genuine sense of trust began to form, something that couldn't be achieved through numbers and specifications alone. Not just Mason Confectionery, but other manufacturers also began requesting, "We want to work with Ian." Baking became a unique strength in my sales strategy, a trait that set me apart. For the first time, it felt like my path was finally clear. That morning started like any other. The weather was great, and I just finished preparing a cheesecake to take to a new client. Ian, Timothy's calling for you. When I turned to look at my colleague, their expression was unusually grim. When I entered the meeting room, my father, mother, and brother were waiting. A thick stack of documents lay on the table. My father's expression was harsher than I had ever seen. "Explain this," he said, tossing a file toward me. As I flipped through it, I felt my blood run cold. Allegations of hygiene violations based on internal complaints. Reports of several employees claiming illness. Accusations of unauthorized sales activities causing workplace disruptions. Everything was documented in excruciating detail, complete with dates and times. Sweat began to form on my forehead. My trembling hands struggled to turn the pages. The evidence was unnaturally well organized. It was so flawlessly complete that I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. This is a lie. I source all my ingredients from professional suppliers, always check allergen labels, sanitize my workspace with alcohol every time. Wear gloves, and always ask about allergies before sharing my pastries. More excuses. Do you realize you've completely destroyed the company's reputation? My father's fist slammed against the desk. My mother glared at me with disdain. Your amateurish sweets caused issues within the company. Several employees have reportedly fallen ill. It's clear now that your desserts were nothing but dangerous. Honestly, it's embarrassing, a man baking sweets. You're absolutely useless. You're nothing like Luke. At that moment, my brother slowly stood up. Without lifting his gaze from the documents, he spoke in a cold, detached tone. This is disappointing, Ian. You seem to have neglected the basics, too absorbed in your hobby of baking. Keeping you employed has now become a liability for the company." His words left me with no room to argue. My father's voice, frigid as ice, cut through the air. "You are no longer needed at this company. As of today, you're fired." In that moment, it felt as though everything I'd built was collapsing. The trust I'd worked so hard to earn. The opportunities that had grown through my love of baking. It all crumbled, like a sandcastle washed away by the tide. As I left the meeting room, I passed by my brother. In that fleeting moment, I saw it clearly. A faint smile playing on my brother's lips. 3 days had passed since I was forced out of the company. I lay on my bed, drowning in a sense of loss, my packaging work, my baking, all of it gone, while scrolling through job listings. I ignored every call that came to my phone. But then, the chime of an email caught my attention. I wasn't planning to check it, but the sender's name stopped me in my tracks. "Apologies for the sudden message. This is Anna from Mason Confectionery. Could I have a moment of your time soon?" The next day, I found myself sitting across from Anna at a fancy cafe near the station. "I heard you left the company, Ian." I was truly shocked. "What happened?" "I was fired. Apparently, some people fell ill after eating the pastries I gave out." "That can't be true. I've been eating your pastries for a long time, and I've never experienced anything like that. Something's not right. I should file a protest with Carter Packaging." "No. In fact, this might have been a good opportunity." I interrupted her, shaking my head gently as her concerned gaze met mine. "What do you mean?" "The truth is, I've always wanted to bake. Working in packaging sales was fulfilling, but this gave me a chance to pursue my true passion. I want to go down the path I've always dreamed of." As I spoke, it felt like I was confessing my innermost thoughts. Anna's expression shifted. "In that case, I have a proposal for you. Would you consider working in our confectionery division?" "What?" "Your knowledge of packaging and your passion for baking, there's a department where both can be utilized. I'd like you to join our product development team, where you can contribute to creating new confections from the ground up. We're prepared to offer you 5 times your current salary. We also have a robust training program and plenty of opportunities to hone your craft." 5 times. I gasped, stunned. The sincerity in Anna's eyes made it clear that she wasn't joking. I could tell she wasn't joking. From the way you talked about pastries during our packaging discussions to the emotion you poured into your creations, it was obvious. You think not only about the craft but also about the joy of those who enjoy the sweets. That's exactly what we've been looking for. Ian, your talent is genuine. We'd love to see you use your passion and skills as part of our team." Anna leaned forward as she spoke, her words brimming with conviction. A warmth spread through my chest. For the first time, someone truly understood my dream. I took a deep breath and sat up straight. Making sweets has always been my dream. But more than that, I've always wanted to create something that could bring happiness to others. Working in packaging made that desire even stronger. I'd be honored to work for Mason Confectionery. In an environment where someone like you understands me, I want to give everything I have to this craft. As I spoke, my cheeks flushed as if I were making a heartfelt confession. But I had no regrets. Anna's expression carried a mix of anticipation and kindness, and seeing that, I became certain my decision was the right one. 6 months had passed since I joined Mason Confectionery. Every day in the product development department, I was immersed in creating sweets. During a meeting to evaluate prototypes, I tasted a bite of a chocolate cake and instinctively muttered, "The balance of cacao in this is exquisite. It must be based on Venezuelan cacao mass, with about 20% Ghanaian cacao added to balance the acidity and sweetness. But the slight bitterness in the aftertaste. That's likely from blending a small percentage of Indonesian cacao. This bitterness sharpens the overall flavor, giving it a more sophisticated, Adult profile. You can tell all that? An experienced pâtissier looked at me in astonishment. By tasting just one bite, I could identify the ingredients and the techniques used. Before I knew it, people around me started calling me the magic palate. One day, during a product development meeting, Anna proposed an idea. Ian, when I was in Paris on a business trip, I tried a new dessert at a popular shop on the Champs-Élysées. Do you think you could recreate it? With your magic palate, I'm sure it's possible. I remembered the cake Anna had once shared with me. The layered texture of the sponge, the caramel flavor, and the almond praline ratio were particularly memorable. I think I can recreate it. The base should be Viennese sponge, but rolled thinner than usual, with caramel cream between the layers. As I started writing out the recipe on the spot, the others in the room looked at me in surprise. 3 days later, we held a tasting for the recreated cake prototype. Anna took one bite, her eyes widening. I can't believe this. This is exactly the same as what I had in Paris. To think you could replicate the flavor from just one taste. But then, after taking another bite, Anna tilted her head slightly. But, somehow, I like this version better than the one in Paris. Blushing slightly, I explained. I adjusted it to suit Japanese palates by reducing the caramel sweetness and enhancing the roasted flavor of the praline. I also made the sponge slightly moister. Yes. That's it. The Paris version was a bit too sweet and became cloying towards the end. But this is something you can enjoy all the way through. It's so well calculated. Anna's eyes sparkled. This could be our original product. Wait, you mean, to sell this? Of course. Something this delicious deserves to be shared with the world. True to her word, Anna launched the dessert as a new product for Mason Confectionery. Named Parisian Memory, it became an instant sensation upon release. Social media posts showing long lines at department stores for Parisian Memory began to trend. Gourmet magazines rushed to cover it, highlighting it as a new wave of sweets that blends the taste of Paris with Japanese sensibilities. Phones rang endlessly with reservations, and production struggled to keep up with demand. What will you make next? I can't wait for the follow-up to Parisian Memory. Customers' voices of excitement poured in, and department stores eagerly competed to host the next release. The success of Parisian Memory marked the beginning of my role as a lead in new product development. A seasonal limited edition dessert, Sakura Blossom, became a springtime favorite, charming fans with its cherry blossom aroma, soft pink hues, and refined sweetness. The summer shaved ice crystal dream featured jewel-like ice infused with fruit flavors and drizzled with custom syrups, becoming a signature menu item with long lines at every store. Eventually, the series of sweets I created became a standalone brand. The brand was named Sweets King. With temperature-controlled display cases, sophisticated packaging, and, above all, flavors crafted with the utmost attention to quality and technique, it captured the hearts of dessert enthusiasts and never let go. Requests for store openings from department stores and media coverage poured in, and the brand's reputation soared with each passing day. With Anna's support, I was entrusted with everything from new product development to sales strategies. One Friday evening, I had just finished wrapping up some leftover work and was about to head home. Good job today. I unexpectedly bumped into Anna at the elevator lobby. Was she working late, too? In her suit, she looked a bit tired but carried herself with her usual grace. Ian. Do you have plans this Sunday? Her sudden question made me instinctively ask back. What? Oh, no, I don't have any plans. Good, she said with a small smile. Would you like to visit some famous patisseries in the city? It might give us ideas for new product development. But, not as work. Just as a private outing. Her voice faltered slightly at the end, and she shyly averted her gaze. Yes, sure. My voice came out louder than I intended, echoing in the elevator lobby. Flustered, I quickly lowered my tone. Of course. I'd love to. I mean, being able to go pastry tasting with you is. The words wouldn't come out right. My heart wouldn't stop racing. Then let's meet at 11 a.m. at the 3rd Avenue crossing, she said with a soft smile. Yes. Definitely. My voice cracked again. Anna chuckled lightly. Her laugh was so endearing that I felt my face flush with heat. As she stepped into the elevator, I waved goodbye, my heart buoyed by the thought of a weekend unlike any other. On the promised Sunday, I arrived at the meeting spot in Ginza to find Anna already there. She wasn't in her usual suit. Instead, she wore a light blue dress, her black hair gently tied back. She looked different from her usual composed and confident self. There was an almost innocent expression on her face that completely captured my attention. As we visited the renowned pâtisseries, we chatted endlessly about desserts. The crust on this tart is perfectly crisp, isn't it? And this cream, the subtle vanilla scent gives it such an elegant touch. Anna's refined palate and sharp observations amazed me once again. Her bright, joyful expressions were unlike anything I'd seen at work. The way her eyes sparkled when she talked about sweets. Every glimpse of this new side of her made my heart race. As the sun began to set, we stopped by a cafe housed in a renovated old Western-style building. Sitting by the window surrounded by antique furniture, Anna sipped her tea with graceful movements. I couldn't help but be mesmerized by her. What's wrong? Is something off? She furrowed her brow in concern, and I quickly shook my head. No, not at all. Thank you so much for today. Not just for today, but for everything. If it weren't for you hiring me after I was fired, I wouldn't be where I am now. If anything, I should be thanking you. I wouldn't be here without you. Her usual composed demeanor softened slightly. The tea in her cup reflected the gentle light, casting a warm glow. Ever since I was little, I was raised as the Mason confectionery heiress. Expectations were always high. I had to know everything about sweets. Prove myself as a capable leader. I studied relentlessly and always aimed for perfection. I couldn't show any weakness. As the heiress, how could I possibly complain about the weight of it all? Eventually, I got into the habit of bottling everything up. It created distance between me and those around me. Anna took a sip of tea and paused, her gaze drifting to the window. Her profile, illuminated by the soft glow of the setting sun, seemed tinged with loneliness. One day in university, a friend invited me to a nearby university's festival, saying the sweets there were amazing. They were selling handmade chiffon cake. It was such a simple flavor, but it gave me a sense of relief. Before I knew it, I was in tears. Her expression softened, filled with nostalgia. My friends noticed something was wrong and, after brushing it off at first, I eventually opened up about the pressures of being the Mason confectionery heiress, the expectations I faced, and the exhaustion of pretending to be perfect. And when they told me, to us, Anna, you're just you, it made me so happy that I finally started sharing my feelings and forming genuine friendships. Anna held her teacup with both hands, a gentle smile gracing her face. Sweets have a mysterious power. They can open hearts and bring kindness to people. That day, I experienced it firsthand. It became my belief. I wanted to share that power with more people. That's why I decided to work for Mason Confectionery. I resolved to turn the pressure and expectations into motivation. Anna continued, her gaze fixed on something distant. Then, taking a deep breath, she turned to look straight at me. And then I met you. When I tasted your sweets during that negotiation, I was stunned. They had the same warmth as the chiffon cake I had at that festival. I realized right away it was you. Wait, could it be? You're the one who came to my booth at the festival? Yes. I made you promise to open a shop, but I left without even asking for your contact information. I've regretted it ever since. I can't believe it was you all along, Anna. Back then, I was so focused on how others saw me that I always acted formally and rigidly, as a company representative should. But when I tasted your chiffon cake, I couldn't help but express how moved I was. It felt so genuine. Her voice softened, but her hands gripped the cup with a quiet intensity. Afterward, during my visits to Carter Packaging for negotiations, I started observing you closely. I saw how you quietly offered sweets to colleagues when they were discouraged after a mistake. When the accounting team was overwhelmed with deadlines, or when sales reps were nervous before a presentation. Your kindness really touched me. Unaware I had been watched, I felt my face grow hot with embarrassment. Outside, the streetlights had started flickering on one by one. Later, I learned that Mr. Carter forbade you from giving out sweets to employees. That moved me even more, how you continued to bake and share despite defying your father. Your strength, your unwavering commitment to your beliefs, inspired me deeply. It gave me the courage to think, I can follow the path I believe in, too. Anna. That's why the success of our brand is all thanks to you. The emotion you pour into your sweets reaches every single customer. It's something I could only accomplish because I had you by my side. Thank you, Ian. Her softly spoken words warmed my heart. The streetlights outside bathed the city in a gentle glow as night began to settle. 6 months after Sweets King had firmly established itself, I received an unexpected call from reception. Mr. and Mrs. Carter from Carter Packaging are here to see you. Their sudden visit took my breath away. After consulting Anna, she responded, "Bring them to the meeting room." A few minutes later, I found myself sitting across from my parents, with Anna by my side. My father no longer exuded his usual authority, his shoulders were slumped. My mother's expression was equally somber. "It's been a while, Ian," my father said, his voice unusually gentle. My father's voice was unusually gentle. Furrowing my brow, sensing something was wrong, I waited as he began to speak. "The truth is, the company's financial situation has become dire." He handed me the financial report with trembling hands. Skimming through it, I felt a chill run down my spine. Sales had dropped by 30% compared to the previous year. Contracts with 3 major confectionery manufacturers, the company's core clients, had been terminated. And dealings with a luxury chocolate maker were being scaled back. While there were new inquiries, negotiations had stalled, and no deals had been secured. Poor decision-making and unilateral pricing proposals had caused a loss of trust from long-standing clients. Complaints about lax quality control and packaging had escalated, leading some companies to sever ties entirely. Loan repayments were falling behind, and additional financing from banks was no longer an option. If nothing changed, even next month's payroll might not be met. On top of that, the lease on state-of-the-art printing machines was a significant financial burden. The livelihoods of 300 employees were hanging by a thread. At the end of the report, a bankruptcy simulation was laid out in black and white. It was like a written acknowledgement of defeat, something I never thought my father would admit. "Look at this graph," my father said, pointing to a line chart of performance trends. The downward curve had steepened ever since my brother had assumed more control. The company's hard-earned technical expertise and decades of trust had started crumbling in just 6 months. Luke turned out to be such a disappointment. We sent him to such a good university, and I raised him so strictly. Maybe spoiling him was a mistake. In hindsight, we should have made him struggle like you, Ian. He just wasn't cut out to be a CEO. I couldn't help but smile bitterly at her sudden change of tone. My father looked up from the report, his eyes filled with a desperation I'd never seen before. "Ian, please, come back. You're the only one who can save this company. Your achievements at Mason Confectionery are well known across the industry. Unlike Luke, you have what it takes to lead." "That's right," my mother added, her voice soft and uncharacteristically kind. Ian, you've pulled yourself up with your own strength. Not like Luke, who relied on his parents' protection. I've heard about how popular your products are at Mason Confectionery, and I couldn't be prouder. My mother suddenly spoke in an unexpectedly gentle tone. Gone was the disdain she used to direct at me. After a moment of silence, I finally spoke. All right. I'll think about it seriously. At my words, my parents' faces lit up instantly. Really? I knew you'd understand, Ian. Bring your skills from Sweets King to our company. Don't worry about salary, we'll make sure you're compensated better than now. My mother's eyes welled up, and for the first time in years, my father smiled. With a pasted-on smile, I listened as my parents continued speaking as if everything had already been decided. As they left the meeting room, their backs seemed lighter, almost buoyant, compared to when they had arrived. The door closed behind them, and Anna immediately turned to glare at me, her eyes sharp with frustration. Are you serious? Just when Sweets King is gaining momentum and heading toward bigger successes. If you leave this brand, no, I. Her voice was quiet but filled with urgency. Anna's face paled, her expression resembling someone on the verge of losing something precious. As she bit her trembling lips to hold back her emotions, I offered her a gentle smile. Don't worry. I'm not leaving this company. I have an idea. Her expression shifted, curiosity and hope replacing her initial fear. She seemed to catch the determined glimmer in my eyes. A week later, I stepped into the Carter packaging meeting room. My parents greeted me with beaming smiles. You've come back to us already. That's our boy. My mother said, visibly relieved. I've already come up with a new sales strategy, my father began. Before that, I have a proposal. I said calmly, stopping him just as he reached for a folder of documents. I placed the acquisition proposal Anna and I had prepared on the table. I want Mason Confectionery to acquire Carter Packaging. What? My father's smile froze in place. My mother picked up the proposal and stared at it, stunned. If we combine Carter Packaging's packaging expertise with our brand power, we can achieve significant synergies. For the Sweets King brand, in particular, we're planning product lines that emphasize premium packaging. My voice was steady, cutting through the tense atmosphere. My mother's voice shook as she spoke. Wait a minute. What are you saying, Ian? I thought you were coming back. Don't say something so absurd. If nothing changes, bankruptcy is inevitable. Loan repayments are overdue, major clients are terminating contracts one after another. I know that. But handing over our company to someone else is out of the question. My father slammed his fist on the table, his face flushed with anger. I maintained my composure and continued. Mason Confectionery can protect the employees' jobs, invest in new equipment, and, most importantly, preserve and expand Carter Packaging's technical legacy. My father gripped the financial report tightly, his face a mix of denial and desperation. Suddenly, his expression brightened as if he had thought of something clever. He smirked at me. You clearly don't understand, Ian. You're not a shareholder, so you can't make an acquisition happen. That won't be an issue. I replied, sliding a shareholder registry across the table. Both of my parents' eyes widened as they scanned the document. This. My father's trembling hands flipped through the registry. Next to my name was listed a 20% ownership of the company's outstanding shares. When? When did you? I've been quietly buying shares on the market over the past year. But my father's smirk didn't waver. Even so, that's not enough for an acquisition. You'd need a majority stake. At that moment, the door to the meeting room opened. Then this should suffice. My 35% stake, combined with Ian's, easily makes up the majority. I turned to see Luke, standing in the doorway in a sharp suit. His expression was calm, almost serene, as he stepped into the room. Luke? My parents exclaimed in unison. But my brother ignored them and handed me a thick folder. I opened it and began to read through the documents. It contained everything necessary for a stock transfer agreement. The date on the papers was the same day I left the company. I've received them, Luke. With this, my shares now exceed the majority threshold, I said firmly. What is this, Luke? Ian. Don't tell me you two planned this together? My father's voice trembled with anger. Luke shook his head calmly. No, this was my decision. On the day Ian left, I promised to transfer all my shares to him when the time came. I prepared these papers, knowing they might be needed someday. The air in the meeting room turned ice cold as tension filled the space. Luke turned to face our parents directly. The truth is, everything that happened to Ian, all of it, was my doing. What? Every report about Ian's pastries claims that employees got sick, allegations of improper allergen labeling, it was all fabricated by me. I created false documents, imitating official company formats, complete with stamps, dates, and locations, making it look convincing. I kept them hidden in my desk until the right moment and then presented them to you. Luke's voice grew quieter as he confessed. I knew Ian's pastries would never harm anyone. But even so, I thought this was the only way to protect him. My mother let out a faint scream. My father's voice wavered as he asked, why would you do such a thing? Because if things continued as they were, Ian's talent would have been crushed. You didn't see it, but he had so much potential. Staying in this company wouldn't have allowed him to flourish. Forcing him out of your control was the only way to free him. I thought it through and decided this was the only option. Besides, you and Mother, you've been involved in misconduct, haven't you? What nonsense are you spouting, Luke? As my father began to stand in anger, Luke pulled out another thick file. Fictitious orders, slush funds, unfair price cuts imposed on subcontractors, I have all the evidence. Especially from last year's records. You inflated unit prices on mass-produced items, diverting the difference into slush funds. Meanwhile, subcontractors were forced to produce at prices below cost. These are internal reports from the accounting department and testimonies from employees who were threatened into silence. They've reached their limit. Luke's hands trembled as he opened the file. My father's face turned pale. Luke, since when? I've been investigating for 6 months. At first, I just had a feeling something was off with management. But the more I dug, the more corruption I uncovered. At this rate, the company, the employees, everyone will go down together. The weight of his words cast a heavy silence over the room. My mother buried her face in her hands, and my father slumped into his chair, looking defeated. He gritted his teeth and glared at Luke. Luke, are you trying to ruin your own parents? Do you have any idea who gave you the life you have now? We sent you to university, got you into a good company, and this is how you repay us? What misconduct! It was necessary to keep the company afloat. Can't you see that? You don't have what it takes to be a leader. How dare you act so self-righteous? My father banged the table and stood up. But Luke didn't back down. Standing tall, he faced him head-on. Being your son doesn't justify turning a blind eye to wrongdoing. The employees are working themselves to the bone without proper overtime pay, just to keep this company running. They have families to provide for. And you've crushed their livelihoods with your misconduct. This isn't a company, it's a den of criminals. At that moment, my mother clung to Luke's arm, tears streaming down her face. Luke, I thought you'd always be on our side. I've loved you so much. That's exactly the problem. I played the part of the beloved Luke to meet your expectations. I tried to be the perfect son you wanted. But while I was pretending, the company was rotting from the inside. I can't stay silent any longer." His words left my parents speechless. The atmosphere in the room grew heavier. In the midst of it all, I spoke quietly. "Actually, Luke has been consulting with me about this for the past 6 months." As I spoke, my mind drifted back to that day. A rainy night. It was just after I'd been forced out of the company, and I was sitting in my apartment, feeling lost. I wasn't expecting anyone, but I heard a knock at the door. When I opened it, Luke stood there, drenched from head to toe. "Ian, can I talk to you?" Rainwater dripped from his suit. He must have come without an umbrella. The always composed and dignified Luke looked utterly broken at that moment. As soon as he entered my apartment, he knelt on the floor and bowed deeply. "What are you?" "I'm sorry. Truly, I'm sorry," my brother said, his trembling voice repeating the apology over and over. I was taken aback, unable to reconcile this image of him with the composed, confident person I had always known. "I never intended to drag you into this. And yet, I ended up relying on you. Please forgive me for being so weak." "What do you mean? Tell me everything." His usually resolute voice quivered. When I reviewed last year's financial statements, I realized the depth of it: fictitious orders, slush funds, bullying of subcontractors. Dad and Mom's misconduct kept escalating. He ran a shaking hand through his hair before continuing. "I couldn't let you be dragged into their corruption. The only way to protect you was to push you out of the company, even if it meant resorting to deception. So, I made up those reports and got you fired. It was the hardest thing I've ever done." "So, then?" "Yes. The reports about the supposed harm caused by your pastries, they were my fabrication." "I see. That's how it was. It was the only way to get you away from the company, away from Dad and Mom." His voice caught for a moment. "After that, I worked tirelessly. I submitted countless proposals for restructuring, sought new clients, and tried to steer the company in the right direction. But," his clenched fists trembled, "in the end, I couldn't change Dad and Mom. No one took the words of their perfect son seriously. This company, its employees, everyone is on the brink. But you, Ian, you have the power to change it. Luke, please, save this company with your hands. For the employees, for the clients, and for Dad and Mom." Tears welled in his eyes as he bowed deeply once more. My brother, always the model student, had carried the full weight of our parents' expectations. He must have had his own share of struggles. Seeing him plead so earnestly, I felt my chest tighten. Our parents' eyes turned toward me, filled with anticipation. "Luke and I aren't trying to destroy this company. On the contrary, we want to save it. By working with Mason Confectionery, we can rebuild it into something new." A heavy silence settled over the meeting room. Breaking the tension, I turned to my mother. "Mom, do you remember? Back when the company was still small, you used to make sweets for us. After work, when we'd come home, you'd have cookies or cream puffs waiting for us. Even though Dad was tired, those sweets always made him smile. We'd all sit around, share the treats, and talk about our day." "Yes." A nostalgic smile played on her lips. "Back then, making sweets at home was cheaper than buying them, so that's why I did it." Fighting back the wave of emotions rising within me, I pressed on with a trembling voice. "A house that smelled of cookies you made." Dad smiled as he said, "This is delicious." The way we fought over the cream puffs because they were so good. Those moments when our whole family laughed together, I loved them. That's why I started baking. Because sweets have a magical power, don't they? No matter how tough things are, the moment you take a bite of something sweet, it warms your heart. That's the kind of power sweets have. My voice faltered as my eyes grew hot. But I couldn't stop. I wanted to bring back those smiles, those moments when we could all laugh together as a family. As the company grew, that warmth seemed to slip away. Through baking, I wanted to see everyone smile again. That's why I want to save this company. Because I believe we can make it a place that brings smiles to everyone once more. My father's eyes glistened, and my mother's shoulders trembled as she quietly sobbed. My brother closed his eyes, a serene expression on his face. After a long silence, my father finally spoke, his voice heavy. We were wrong. As the company grew, we lost sight of what truly mattered. We started chasing numbers, as if profits were all that mattered. He pressed his trembling hand to his eyes. My mother let out a deep sigh. That's right. Before I realized it, I was saying things like, Luke graduated from Tokyo University, while putting down Ian for attending a local private university. We used our children's lives as tools for our pride and vanity. Exactly. At first, we convinced ourselves it was for our kids, a good university, a good job. But in truth, it was all to satisfy our own egos. We compared Ian to Luke every chance we got, belittling his achievements. Every time Ian tried to prove himself, we said, Luke would have done it perfectly. We forced our values on you and made you compete. My mother's voice caught as she struggled to continue. My father looked at us, his gaze heavy with regret. And yet, you two were different. Luke believed in Ian's talent and worked to protect it. Ian fought to bring back the smiles we'd lost as a family. You understood what truly mattered far better than we did. We were just arrogant adults blinded by our own pride. My mother wiped her tears. My father stood in front of me and my brother. Ian, I'm sorry for trying to crush your talent. I belittled your passion for baking, mocked it, and denied it. Yet, despite all that, you kept a warm heart and held on to the importance of family. And Luke, I'm sorry for placing such overwhelming expectations on you. For forcing you into the mold of the perfect eldest son, and making you carry such a heavy burden. Despite it all, you always put your brother first and genuinely tried to help this company. To both of you, I deeply apologize for being such a terrible parent. Can you let us start over again as a family in this new company? As a true family this time? Both of them bowed deeply in front of us. Seeing them like that, the many emotions I'd bottled up inside began to transform into something warmer. My brother and I exchanged a glance and gave a small nod. The tension in the meeting room slowly began to melt away, replaced by a growing warmth. 1 month later, the acquisition of Carter Packaging by Mason Confectionery was officially finalized. At the press conference, my parents' dismissal from the board and their disciplinary termination for misconduct were also announced. Anna entrusted me with full authority over the new post-acquisition structure. I'm leaving this project in your hands, she said, pointing to the new organizational chart during a meeting at headquarters. My name was listed as an executive officer. Below it, as the head of corporate planning, was Luke's name. Luke will oversee the implementation of operational improvements. He knows the challenges on the ground better than anyone. Under Luke's leadership, reforms began to yield tangible results. Unjust cost-cutting measures imposed on subcontractors were corrected, and relations with partners were mended. The issue of unpaid overtime was also resolved. As a result, the employees' expressions grew brighter with each passing day. The once heavy atmosphere lifted, and the workplace began to buzz with energy again. Ian, this is all thanks to you. Our packaging quality has improved, and our clients are raving about it, Luke said with a sheepish smile. He still seemed unaccustomed to my new title, often catching himself mid-sentence. Don't mention it. Anyway, could I get your input on this next project? He handed me a proposal filled with ideas for new packaging designs that perfectly captured the essence of the Sweets King brand. It was clear he'd put a lot of thought into enhancing the appeal of the desserts. The reborn Carter packaging was making steady progress, and the warmth in my chest only grew. One day, I had an unexpected encounter at the cafeteria in the headquarters. During lunch, I saw my mother arriving with a small package in hand. "Ian, Luke, I made cookies for you today. It's been a while, but I thought I'd try baking again." The bag she offered carried the familiar aroma of the cookies she used to make. Now, my mother works part-time in accounting, helping with data entry. She no longer has her prestigious title or lavish lifestyle, but her expression is softer and more genuine than it used to be. "I've started making treats for the employees sometimes, too. Watching you, Ian, I realized how sweets truly have the power to make people smile." My father now works quietly in the warehouse, managing inventory. The aura of authority he once exuded is gone, replaced by a humbler demeanor. He often shares laughs with the younger staff, showing a newfound warmth. "They've really changed, haven't they?" Luke remarked. "But maybe this is how our parents were meant to be." I think they've finally realized what truly matters, beyond status and pride. The aroma of my mother's cookies filled the office. It brought back memories of the warmth our family once shared while also signaling the beginning of a new bond. One evening, after the month-end budget meeting, I was tidying up the conference room. "Good work today," a familiar voice said. I turned to see Anna standing by the window, her figure framed by the glittering night skyline. Her expression was softer than usual. "Today's planning meeting brought up some great ideas," she said. "Ah, are you talking about the new packaging designs?" I asked. "Yes. But more than that, seeing you listen to everyone's opinions and address each issue with such care. I realized how grateful I am to have you by my side," Anna said softly. In the moonlight, her profile seemed unusually captivating. "At first, I was drawn to your talent for making sweets. But then I realized something even more important. The focused look on your face when you're creating. The sparkle in your eyes as you imagine how happy someone will be. Your kindness, always staying close to others. And your strength, never giving up on your dreams. All of that has been my support." Anna slowly turned to face me. Our eyes met, and I couldn't help but hold my breath. "The emotions you pour into your sweets have always warmed my heart. Whenever I felt lost at work or under pressure, eating something you made gave me courage. And before I knew it, it wasn't just the sweets I loved, no, more than that, I had fallen for you. The one who makes them." Warmth filled my chest. In the stillness of the meeting room, Anna's gentle breath carried a faintly sweet fragrance. Her soft gaze, something I had never noticed before, seemed to draw me in endlessly. "I feel the same, Anna. I love you. You've always supported me, believed in my dreams. Without you, I wouldn't be who I am today. If we can continue walking this path together, I couldn't ask for more." Her cheeks flushed softly, and a tender smile graced her lips in response to my words. Outside the window, the city lights sparkled as if celebrating us. The calendar showed that spring was just around the corner. A new season of sweets was about to begin. And I knew, with certainty, that together we would bring countless smiles to people in the days to come. The thought filled my chest with a gentle warmth. As I reached to turn off the lights in the meeting room, Anna's small shoulder brushed against my arm. Even after being driven out of the company, having my dreams dismissed, and enduring unfair treatment, I never gave up on the path I believed in. I wanted to make people happy through sweets. That desire had always been my anchor. By staying true to my convictions and persevering, I had finally found someone who truly understood. My encounter with Anna taught me this. What truly matters isn't numbers or external evaluations. It's about staying sincere to what you believe is right. If you do, the path will inevitably open before you. Pride in my work and faith in my convictions. By staying true to them, I knew I'd always find fulfillment in the end. And I wanted to keep being that kind of person. The interpreter can't make it? Then, what will happen to the $30 million deal? 6 months into my job at a prestigious Japanese restaurant, I spent my days washing dishes. But my peaceful routine came to an abrupt end. A $30 million business negotiation landed at the restaurant. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Sakura, struggling with financial difficulties, to turn things around. However, on the very day of the crucial meeting, the interpreter, a key figure in sealing the deal, canceled at the last minute, plunging us into crisis. This was our last chance. Now everything is over. Kairi, the proprietress, looked pale with worry and fear. While the head chef and the rest of the staff stood frozen, helpless, I stepped out from the dishwashing area. "I'll handle it." Voices of disbelief erupted at my bold statement. "Hey, what are you even saying? You're just a dishwasher." The younger chefs exchanged incredulous glances. Nobody imagined that this man could save the day from impending disaster. Then, the front door swung open, and the VIP guests from abroad appeared. One of them, upon seeing my face, gasped as though encountering the unimaginable. "No way. Why are you here?" The stunned voice froze the entire kitchen. Nobody there could understand the meaning behind those words. My hidden past, unknown to everyone, was about to be revealed. Quietly but surely, the curtain on this story was about to rise. The kitchen of the esteemed Japanese restaurant, Sakura, was still buzzing with energy even as the evening service neared its end. I, Sean Stanley, stood before the sink, handling the fine lacquered dishes lined up in front of me. Suddenly, the head chef, Kisaburo, barked at me. "Sean, how many times do I have to tell you? Do you really think it's okay to wash like that? These are our guests' precious dishes." Admittedly, I had been rushing earlier and nearly stacked the dishes to wash them. "I'm sorry." I bowed deeply, and Kisaburo clicked his tongue in frustration. The head chef, over 70 years old, was like a living repository of Sakura's traditions, preserving its legacy for decades. These dishes are priceless artifacts passed down since the Edo period. Each one carries its own history. If you can't respect that, you have no place in this kitchen. Do it again, and you're out of here tomorrow. "Yes, sir." As I responded, Kisaburo muttered, "Useless," under his breath and walked away. Sakura was a 150-year-old establishment with deep roots. Its garden featured a 300-year-old cherry blossom tree brought from Japan, its branches gracefully drooping. In this place, where traditions and techniques refined by generations of chefs were still cherished, the meticulous handling of dishes was paramount. As I carefully wiped each plate, my gaze dropped to the floor. In the dimly lit garden, only the gentle sound of water echoed quietly. "Sean, you're still cleaning up?" A soft voice spoke from behind. I turned to see Kairi standing there. Her neatly tied black hair in a bun and the deep indigo kimono suited her perfectly. Despite her dazzling beauty, her smile was always warm and kind to everyone. "I saw Kisaburo scolding you earlier. Are you okay?" Raising the hem of her kimono slightly, Kairi stood beside me and began putting the wiped dishes back on the shelf with care. "Kairi, you don't need to. I'll take care of it. It's fine. I'm a staff member here too. Besides, I really appreciate you staying late every night to clean up." She smiled softly as she spoke. The serene smile on her porcelain-like skin seemed to soothe even the most exhausted heart, and I found myself momentarily captivated. While Kairi upheld the dignity and traditions of the establishment, her approach toward the staff was warm and approachable. "Oh, but make sure to listen to Kisaburo. He's more particular about how dishes are handled than anyone else. I was often scolded by him as a child too." Kairi giggled softly and raised her index finger, gently cautioning me. Her gesture was so endearing that I couldn't help but smile. Her mix of intelligence and occasional playful charm naturally eased my heart. "Yes, I'll be more careful. All right, I'll leave you to it. Good night." A strand of hair that escaped her bun swayed as she walked down the hallway. Watching her retreating figure, I felt the day slowly coming to an end. The next afternoon, while taking a break in the courtyard during prep work, I heard Kyrie sigh. She was usually cheerful, but there she was, sitting on the veranda, glaring at the ledger in her hands. What should I do? I hesitated to approach her, but her downcast expression worried me. Summoning my courage, I walked over. Is something troubling you? Oh, Sean. Well, sales have been declining over the past 6 months. People say that traditional high-end restaurants like this can be intimidating. And the impact of the pandemic has been severe. At this rate, I might not be able to preserve Sakura, which has been passed down for generations. Kyrie hesitantly showed me the ledger. The numbers were indeed grim. After thinking for a moment, I cautiously made a suggestion. If you're open to it, perhaps you could consider promoting the restaurant to international guests? International. Yes, by posting information on the Michelin website or other review platforms. Since Japanese cuisine was added to the UNESCO Cultural Heritage List, there's been a surge of foreign tourists wanting to experience authentic Japanese dining. A meal at a fine establishment like Sakura would be a priceless memory for many. The delicate presentation of the dishes and the charm of this garden would be perfect for social media. Once I started, I couldn't stop talking. Kyrie's eyes began to light up. Additionally, you could accept reservations through a website or social media and advertise vegetarian or halal menu options if available. Wait, let me write this down. She pulled a small notebook from her kimono sleeve and started jotting everything down in quick succession. Her profile, glowing with renewed energy, was a refreshing sight. Thank you, Sean. You're incredible, coming up with solutions so quickly. Did you work in tourism or as a restaurant consultant? Kyrie's sparkling eyes caught me off guard, and I shook my head modestly. No, I'm just a dishwasher. Oh, don't be modest. You're so knowledgeable. You understand international guests and promotion strategies so well. She playfully tapped my arm with a teasing smile. Her earlier gloom completely gone. I'm serious. I just imagined how Japanese cuisine and traditions might appear to others and how we could better communicate their appeal. Looking up at the cherry blossom tree in the courtyard, I chose my words carefully. Really? Kyrie looked at me with a curious face. She was about to say something but ended up silently smiling. All right, Sean. Teach me more. I want to do everything I can to protect Sakura. Of course. Sunlight streamed onto the veranda, and the pages of her notebook fluttered in the breeze. About a month after my suggestion, Kyrie posted information about the restaurant on various platforms. A British family who saw the listings visited Sakura and later uploaded photos with hashtags to a review site. Tourists who saw those posts began making reservations one after another. Sean, look at this. One day, Kyrie excitedly showed me her phone screen. Photos of Sakura's garden and the beautifully prepared dishes had garnered thousands of likes. This person is a journalist. It looks like they're going to write an article about us. The comments section was filled with words like beautiful and amazing. Sakura's reputation quietly but steadily spread, especially among international tourists, beyond just the local community. Excuse me, the next dish is ready. As I carried out the food from the kitchen, I could hear the delighted exclamations of the guests. The phone flashes lit up, accompanied by cheers. The chef's meticulous work was being recognized across borders. It's all thanks to your advice, Sean. Kyrie said happily as she checked the reservation book. Indeed, next month's bookings were nearly full. Many of them were from international guests. No, it's because you were open to taking on new challenges, Kyrie. But I'm so glad. Hugging the reservation book to her chest, Kyrie looked relieved. We both felt that Sakura's future was gradually becoming brighter. Even late into the night, the kitchen was alive with energy. Smiles from guests worldwide breathed new life into the old establishment. However, not everyone was pleased with the current situation. One morning, during the staff meeting, Kyrie stood before the assembled chefs. "I'm thinking of creating a new course menu. It would include modified dishes for vegetarians and using halal-certified ingredients." The moment Kyrie said that, the air in the kitchen froze. "Are you kidding me?" Kisaburo slammed his fist on the counter. The chefs nearby instinctively took a step back. This restaurant has been dedicated to traditional Japanese cuisine since the Edo period. And now you want to compromise that by tweaking the menu? This isn't some casual dining restaurant. This is a place that preserves Japanese tradition. Kisaburo's angry voice echoed through the silent kitchen. "But, Kisaburo." As I started to speak, his sharp glare pierced through me. "It's you, isn't it? You're the one who planted these ideas in Kyrie's head." "Well, I did suggest it, but..." "Shut up. Stripping away what makes this place authentically Japanese, who would want that? Are you planning to destroy what previous generations built? I won't approve of any such menu. That's final." With those words, Kisaburo stormed out of the kitchen. A heavy silence hung in the air among those who remained. After the meeting, I found Kyrie sitting on the edge of the old well in the corner of the garden. She looked more exhausted than usual. "Kyrie." When I called out to her, she gave me a forlorn smile. "I'm sorry, Sean. You gave me such great advice, and now we have guests coming from all over the world. But I can't make the most of it." Her words tightened my chest. "There's no need to apologize." I sat down beside her. The morning sun cast our shadows on the garden stones. "But I understand what Kisaburo is saying too. This restaurant carries things that have been cherished for generations. He's worried that my rash decisions might destroy them." The faint sound of water echoed from the well. Countless chefs before us had used this water to wash dishes and make broth. "But I don't think what you're doing is wrong, Kyrie. Tradition isn't just about doing the same thing over and over. It's about preserving the essence while adapting to the times. That's what true inheritance is. You're seeking new paths precisely because you want to protect Sakura's traditions. If the number of customers keeps declining, there won't be anything left to protect." My voice grew stronger without realizing it. Kyrie slowly lifted her face. "Thank you, Sean." Her once weak smile regained a bit of brightness. "You know, I used to dislike Japanese cuisine." She suddenly confessed, surprising me. "Really?" "Yes. My father was a strict man. He told me from a young age that I was Sakura's successor. Table manners were strict. And he made me study cooking almost every day. It was suffocating." Kyrie's gaze drifted off as she looked up at the cherry blossom tree in the garden. "But there was one day that changed everything for me." "Changed? What happened?" "Yes. I went on a trip to London, and I got separated from the tour guide. I didn't know English back then, and I was completely lost. Just when I was about to cry, an American stranger approached me and offered help." Kyrie's voice softened, filled with nostalgia. "While walking around with them to find my guide, they told me many things about how Japanese cuisine was becoming increasingly popular worldwide and how people abroad admired Japan's food culture. But they also said that many Japanese restaurants overseas didn't serve authentic Japanese food." She placed her hand on the edge of the well and looked up at the sky, continuing. "They told me that people overseas crave authentic Japanese cuisine, such as the delicate flavors of broth and dishes highlighting seasonal ingredients. But such restaurants are still rare." Kyrie paused, lowering her gaze as though organizing her thoughts. That's when I realized, for the first time, how wonderful Japan looks from the outside. Japanese cuisine isn't just food. And it embodies our aesthetics, our sense of the seasons, and our spirit of hospitality. What I once saw as a burden, our traditions, suddenly felt so precious. Her eyes glistened with emotion. That's why, Sean, I want to share the true beauty of authentic Japanese cuisine with people around the world through Sakura. Preserving traditions, but in a new way. I believe that's my mission as the successor of this restaurant. The rising sun cast long shadows from the garden's trees. Kyrie stood up and touched the trunk of the old cherry blossom tree. The centuries-old tree gleamed in the sunlight, its bark warm and rich in color. Welcoming guests from diverse backgrounds doesn't mean erasing our Japanese identity. On the contrary, it's an opportunity to share the pride of our culinary culture with more people. Even something as simple as the way we hold a bowl reflects Japanese aesthetics. The beauty in the spaces between plated food. The luxury of enjoying a meal alongside the garden view. These are experiences unique to Sakura. Her voice grew stronger, filled with conviction. Adapting menus to suit our guests isn't a compromise. It's a new form of hospitality that helps people understand the essence of Japanese cuisine. It's a significant way to showcase traditional Japanese food, isn't it? The cherry blossom branches swayed gently in the morning breeze. Kyrie turned to me, her determined gaze unwavering. I want to turn Sakura's traditions into a treasure we can proudly share with the world. To do that, I believe we must embrace change. Little by little. That's how we truly preserve Japanese food culture. Her words carried the resolve of a successor and a profound love for Japanese cuisine. In the morning mist, Kyrie's profile appeared even more dignified. I looked at her and spoke softly. Your feelings will surely be understood, Kyrie. Your desire to protect Sakura, honor its traditions, and share Japan's beauty with more people. It's a strength that resonates deeply. I'm confident even Kisaburo will come to understand. A breeze stirred, gently moving the loose strands of her hair. The sunlight caught her dark hair, making it glow beautifully. Kyrie turned to face me. Her eyes shimmered with faint tears. Sean, thank you. You always support me. Because of you, I feel like I can keep going. Her words made my heart race. The usually cheerful Kyrie now seemed delicate, and that made her all the more endearing. I noticed a faint blush on her cheeks. I was at a loss for words and could only look at her. Oh, sorry. That was weird of me to say. She quickly averted her gaze, flustered. Her reaction was so charming that I couldn't help but smile. No, I feel lucky to be here with you, Kyrie. The sun rose higher, marking the start of a new day. The air between us felt a little warmer than usual. At a morning meeting a few days later, Kyrie's voice carried an unusual excitement. Everyone, I have an announcement. Recently, we received a business proposal from a major Icelandic investment firm. Their executives, while traveling in the US for negotiations, requested a traditional Japanese dining experience. And they chose us, Sakura. If this goes well, we'll secure a contract projected to bring in $30 million annually. A moment of silence was followed by an uproar in the kitchen. $30 million? The younger chefs couldn't contain their astonishment. Even for a high-end restaurant, such a large-scale negotiation was unprecedented. They said they want to experience the essence of Japanese cuisine, nurtured and polished here at Sakura in the US, which has gained global attention. Kyrie's voice brimmed with pride. Excited whispers of anticipation spread among the chefs. We've hired a top-notch interpreter for this, someone well-versed in culinary terminology. They'll ensure the dishes and their significance are conveyed perfectly. Everything is scheduled for 3 weeks from now. Let's all do our best to prepare as we always do. Kyrie's voice exuded confidence. With a reliable interpreter secured, preparations for the major negotiation finally began in earnest. All right, everyone, let's do our best. The energetic call of a young chef filled the kitchen with enthusiasm. At that moment, a sound came from the back of the room. Turning, I saw Kisaburo sharpening his knife with furrowed brows and tightly pressed lips. His trembling hands betrayed a mix of emotions. On the morning of the negotiation, the kitchen buzzed with a blend of tension and anticipation. Chefs meticulously honed their knives, while servers repeatedly practiced the art of presenting dishes. Everyone was determined to make the $30 million deal a success, waiting anxiously for the interpreter's arrival. Kyrie. There's a problem. A young server burst in, visibly flustered. We just got a call from the interpreter. They were hospitalized last night with acute food poisoning. The color drained from Kyrie's face. No. The guests from Iceland have already arrived in the US and will be here in just 3 hours. Finding another interpreter capable of handling a negotiation of this scale now. Her hand trembled slightly as she clutched her phone. We'll contact other interpreter agencies. The server urgently began making calls. No luck. There aren't many interpreters proficient in Icelandic and knowledgeable about Japanese cuisine and culture. Time ticked by relentlessly. The once hopeful air of the kitchen turned heavy with unease. The chefs stopped working, and the staff expressions grew tense. Everyone grasped the gravity of the situation. Without a professional interpreter, the $30 million negotiation was impossible. There would be no way to explain the ingredients, cooking methods, or the restaurant's history. This is the extent of it after all. What kind of a fool would dishonor the name that his predecessors and predecessors had risked their lives to build? A cold, disdainful voice rang out. Kisaburo stepped forward, his gaze piercing. I even decided to enter the US after much deliberation, but now you've stooped to such pandering business deals? How presumptuous. You're tarnishing the legacy that previous generations risked their lives to build. Are you not ashamed of this pitiful display? His words cut deep into Kyrie's heart like a blade. Her trembling voice faltered, and her shoulders slumped. The morning sun streaming through the window cruelly illuminated the single tear trailing down her cheek. I stepped forward from the sink, standing tall. I'll handle this. My voice shattered the silence, and all eyes turned to me. What? Hey, what are you talking about? You're just a dishwasher. Laughter echoed through the kitchen. The younger chefs exchanged incredulous glances, their disbelief evident. Sean, I appreciate your sentiment, but this is a $30 million negotiation. There will be technical terms, legal discussions, and detailed explanations about the dishes. Even professional interpreters without knowledge of Japanese cuisine have turned us down. You don't have to push yourself. Kyrie smiled apologetically, clearly hurt by the ridicule from the chefs. Seeing her, who had worked so hard and faced forward all this time, on the verge of giving up was agonizing. I met her gaze and repeated firmly. It's fine. Leave it to me. Kisaburo crossed his arms, looking down at me coldly. Do you even speak Icelandic? A guy who can't even wash dishes properly. I'm confident in my Icelandic. My simple answer froze the room. Kisaburo's expression shifted drastically. Kisaburo's usual composure crumbled, replaced by an anger that boiled to the surface. Don't be ridiculous. Don't get carried away. You're just a dishwasher. Confidence? Let's see you try. You'll only ruin the negotiation and disgrace Sakura on a global scale. He turned on his heel and stormed into the kitchen. An awkward silence settled over the room. Then, suddenly, the guests have arrived. A staff's voice jolted everyone into action. Kyrie, her face tense, hurried to the entrance. I followed closely behind her, exhaling deeply. Kisaburo and the other chefs trailed behind, ready to greet the guests. Several luxury cars were parked at the entrance. One by one, individuals in sharp suits stepped out, exclaiming in admiration. Although the entrance was small, they seemed captivated by the grand garden and the old cherry blossom tree visible beyond, radiating timeless charm. The last to step out was a blonde woman with a serene demeanor. She was Adele Brain's daughter, the lead negotiator for the deal. The moment she stepped into the entrance, she froze. Her eyes locked onto me, wide with disbelief. "Sean? What are you doing here?" Her astonished voice echoed, freezing the atmosphere. Everyone turned their eyes toward me. "No way. It's been so long. Since Harvard, right?" "Harvard." At these words, the chefs murmured in surprise. Kyrie's eyes darted between me and the blonde woman, wide with shock. Adele, you know him?" Kyrie's hesitant question was translated, and Adele smiled warmly. "Yes, Sean and I studied together at Harvard. He was always top of the class there. He even skipped grades in the economics department. But what stood out most was his research on Japanese culinary traditions. His thesis on preserving and innovating traditional cuisine received the highest accolades in the department's history. Major Wall Street firms were vying for him, but he disappeared after graduation, which worried me." "Adele, that's enough," I interjected, hastily trying to calm her down as she excitedly rattled off in Icelandic. But it was too late. "Sean, translate what she just said." Reluctantly, I translated every word into Japanese. The room fell silent. The chef stared at me with wide eyes, while Kyrie held her hands over her mouth, speechless. Even Kisaburo looked at me with an expression of utter disbelief. "Why would someone like you be washing dishes here?" Kyrie's voice was faint, almost trembling. "I'll explain everything later. For now, let's focus on the negotiation." I stepped forward calmly. Adele nodded and smiled. "Let's get started then." The next 2 hours felt like a dream. I explained the dishes not as mere translations but by weaving in the cultural and historical contexts behind them. The broth in this soup is made using a secret technique, passed down since the Edo period. It balances kombu, which is Japanese seaweed, and bonito flakes to draw out the deepest umami flavors. The executive's eyes lit up as they listened intently. The highlight came when I described Kisaburo's Edo-style sushi. This technique has been handed down from master to apprentice for over 200 years. What you see before you is the culmination of a tradition that preserves the past while evolving to meet the future. A true jewel of Japanese culinary culture. Adele listened to the interpretation with visible emotion, while the other executives scribbled notes fervently. At Sakura, our wish is to share this authentic Japanese culture with as many people as possible. As I concluded, Adele stood up. "This contract is sealed. In fact, I'm tempted to add even better terms. Sakura's value far exceeds what we initially thought." When I translated Adele's words, tears welled up in Kyrie's eyes. As evening fell after the successful negotiation, Kyrie and I stood beneath the cherry blossom tree in the garden. The sunset bathed the sky in warm hues, with dappled sunlight filtering through the branches, casting soft shadows between us. "Thank you so much for today's negotiation." Kyrie's voice sounded soft. "Thanks to you, Sakura's future is brighter. We can protect our traditions while embracing new challenges. Securing such an incredible contract feels like a dream." Her eyes glistened as she bowed deeply. Flustered, I waved my hands. "No, it's nothing. Your feelings simply reached them, Kyrie." "No, that's not it. It's because you understood Sakura, Japanese culture, and its history so deeply and conveyed it so beautifully." "But..." She paused, her gaze fixed firmly on me. "Promise me. Tell me the truth. Why would a Harvard graduate with so much talent be working as a dishwasher here? With your abilities, you could have taken any path." Her voice was kind but earnest, full of a desire to understand. I looked down slightly, carefully choosing my words. "At Harvard, I was researching the fusion of Japan's traditional culture with economics, such as how Japan's traditional industries could adapt to a globalized world without losing their essence. I studied the management models of long-standing businesses and the future of traditional crafts. The sun shines through the trees. It was a little hard to carry on the words. But right before my presentation, my research results were stolen by a senior in my lab. He presented my work as his own, publishing a paper that gained worldwide acclaim. When I tried to expose the truth, no one believed me. All the evidence had been erased. I sensed Kyrie move closer. Every day was a struggle. I felt like I had no choice but to throw everything away and live somewhere no one would notice me. That's why I fled to London. I see. She nodded softly as I resumed my story. I spent my days sitting at a cafe along the Thames, staring blankly at the river, unable to think about anything. One day, I saw a Japanese woman who seemed lost. Before I knew it, I had approached her. Kyrie gasped audibly. Wait. Could it be that you were the one who helped me when I was lost in London? Yes, it was me, I said, smiling slightly. The memory of that day returned vividly, as though it had happened yesterday. While searching for your tour guide, I also showed you around London. You seemed particularly interested in how Japanese cuisine was perceived abroad. I remember taking you to various Japanese restaurants in London. That's when you said something that struck me. From a foreign perspective, Japanese cuisine is so special. The care for each ingredient, the delicacy in expressing the seasons, and the thoughtfulness toward guests. What we take for granted as Japanese is a treasure that captivates the world. Those words shook me to my core. The wind rustled the cherry branches above. I lowered my gaze momentarily. I thought I had lost everything when my research was stolen. The frustration of not being believed and the weight of my helplessness. It was overwhelming. But hearing your pure realization, I began to understand. It's not the outcomes of a thesis that matter, it's the love and respect for Japan's traditional culture that still lived within me. I lifted my eyes to meet hers. As you said, Japanese cuisine truly is extraordinary. The techniques that enhance ingredients, the appreciation of the seasons, and the spirit of hospitality, they made me realize that I wanted to protect and share Japan's beauty. After that, I returned to Harvard and shifted my research focus to Japanese cuisine, specifically the traditions and innovations of long-standing restaurants. Meeting you gave me a new purpose. Kyrie's eyes glistened in the twilight. After graduation, I struggled to find a path where I could apply my research. That's when I saw Sakura's job posting. It was for a dishwasher. But I thought it was perfect for me. I wanted to learn about the world of Japanese cuisine from the ground up. And I paused briefly, looking directly at her. When I stepped through the restaurant's entrance, I realized something. I wanted to repay you. You, the person who saved me that day in London. Even if no one noticed, being part of this restaurant was my way of giving back. Sean. Her voice trembled, and tears streamed down her cheeks, illuminated by the setting sun. I'm sorry, but I'm so happy. I can't believe my simple words helped you in such a profound way. She pressed a handkerchief to her eyes, her kimono sleeve trembling softly. After wiping her tears, she looked at me with unwavering determination. Sean, I have a request. I want you to lead Sakura's global expansion. Your experience, knowledge, and, most importantly, your passion for Japanese cuisine are exactly what we need. Watching you during today's negotiation, I understood clearly. You're the one we need to create Sakura's future while respecting its traditions. There was no hesitation in Kyrie's voice. In the garden as dusk approached, Kyrie's words warmly seeped into my heart. Yes. If I can be of help in any way, I'd be honored. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying cherry blossoms through the air. A single petal slowly drifted down between us. A few days later, we were deep in discussion, brainstorming a new menu. How about this for Sakura's special course for international guests? I presented the menu I had devised to Kairi. Young chefs had also gathered in the kitchen to listen. The traditional flow of Japanese cuisine is preserved, but I've incorporated elements that would be more familiar to international diners. For example, the soup course uses the secret broth technique from the Edo period, paired with matsutake mushrooms and a hint of truffle, creating a bridge between Japanese and Western flavors. This looks absolutely beautiful, Kairi said, her eyes sparkling as she studied the menu. The young chefs leaned in, intrigued. For the grilled dish, we'll use charcoal grilled wagyu, a type of premium Japanese beef. Guests can choose from 3 sauces: a Japanese-style sauce with Japanese pepper, a Western-style sauce finished with Madeira wine, or a fusion sauce with yuzu citrus peppers. I'd love to try making that. One of the younger chefs raised his hand enthusiastically, his eyes gleaming with excitement for the challenge. When I finished explaining, the excitement in the room was palpable. This is wonderful. Preserving tradition while opening new doors, this is exactly what we're striving for. The chefs nodded at Kairi's words. The kitchen was filled with anticipation for a new era. The next morning, Kairi stood up during the staff meeting, holding the proposal for the new menu. I have an announcement. Starting next month, we will introduce a new special course. This is a new initiative to share the beauty of Japanese cuisine with more people while honoring the techniques passed down through tradition. She passed the proposal around. The young chef's eyes sparkled as they saw the colorful photos of the new dishes. I'm not doing it. Kisaburo's angry voice suddenly rang out. Wagyu beef with French sauce? Matcha panna cotta? That's not Japanese cuisine. The sound of him slapping the proposal away echoed through the kitchen. Kairi stepped closer to Kisaburo. Kisaburo, this isn't about disregarding tradition. It's about sharing it with more people. Shut up. If it means tarnishing the legacy passed down from previous generations, I'd rather leave. I quit. Kisaburo's voice trembled. It seemed not just anger but profound sadness. Kairi looked at him in shock. A senior chef stepped forward. I agree with Kisaburo. I can't accept these changes either. I'm resigning. Then one by one, voices echoed, me too, so am I. All the experienced chefs who had supported Sakura for years declared their intention to leave. Please reconsider it for Sakura's future. We're not discarding tradition. We want to share the beauty of Sakura with more people. Kairi's voice grew faint, her hands trembling as she clutched the proposal. But the experienced chefs had already turned their backs. Goodbye. This isn't the Sakura I know anymore. The kitchen door slammed shut, and their heavy footsteps faded into the distance. An oppressive silence filled the air among those who remained. By the end of lunch service, the kitchen was weighed down by exhaustion. With fewer staff, the younger chefs were doing their best, but the strain was showing. Kairi, at this rate, will have to turn guests away. Without the experienced chefs, we can't manage all the courses. Especially the sashimi and grilled courses, it's impossible to handle multiple parties at once. A chef reported, and Kairi quietly lowered her gaze. Just then, there was a presence near the entrance. Well, it's been a while, Sean. The voice made me freeze. Turning around, I saw him, Luke Shepard, my senior from Harvard, standing there. Luke. Kairi glanced between me and Luke, her expression showing her struggle to grasp the situation. Looks like you're in a bit of trouble. I heard all the experienced chefs quit. As your senior from college, I thought I'd offer my help. Luke said, his tone superficially friendly but laced with something cold. What are you doing here? Ha, small world, isn't it? Sean, I was shocked to hear you're working here. Washing dishes, no less. His last words carried clear mockery, filling the kitchen with tension. I have a solution for your predicament. Sell Sakura to me. What? Sell Sakura? Before a puzzled Kyrie, Luke took out a document from his bag. You know I'm currently the vice president of a leading global dining group, right? I've acquired 10 renowned dining establishments over the past 5 years. Now, I'm interested in a Japanese restaurant like this. I'm prepared to offer a fair price for the land, its 150-year history, and everything else, including employment guarantees for the remaining staff. I want to turn Sakura into the crown jewel of a new high-end Japanese dining chain we're launching. A dining chain. Kyrie's voice quivered. Yes. A premium line of Japanese casual diners. Using Sakura's name will bring authentic Japanese cuisine to a broader audience, with a more approachable concept. It's a business model for the future. Don't be ridiculous. I couldn't hold back my voice. What's this business model nonsense? Are you planning to turn Sakura's traditions into something cheap and commercial? Still clinging to the same ideas, Sean? Just like when you lost your research. You haven't learned to adapt to the times. Traditions are nothing but brand value. That's not true. A calm but resolute voice cut through the room. Kyrie stepped forward. Sakura is not for sale. This place holds the dreams and pride of generations before us. The craftsmanship of our chefs and the bond we share with our guests, these are our treasures. They're not something that can be bought with money. Ha, is this a beautiful thing to do when you are in trouble? If things continue as they are, Sakura will go under. Are you still going to keep the tradition? Yes, we will protect this place. No matter how hard it will be, with our own hands. Luke's smirk faded, replaced by a cold glint in his eyes. I recommend thinking it over, he said, turning his back and leaving with an air of finality. A heavy silence fell over the kitchen. Kyrie, I'm so sorry. Luke's targeting this place because of me. He's the one who stole my research and drove me to the edge. He must think taking this restaurant from me will be easy. If I weren't here. You're wrong. Kyrie's sharp voice interrupted me. Her eyes shone with conviction. Sean, it's because of you that we've come this far. You gave us the courage to preserve our traditions while embracing new challenges. You taught us to broaden our vision and look toward the world. She gently took my hand, her grip steady and warm. So please. Can you fight with me? For Sakura's future. Her words ignited a deep warmth in my chest. Are you sure? Of course. We'll protect this place together. The battles ahead would undoubtedly be tough. But the thought of standing alongside Kyrie filled me with courage. However, the pressing reality of Sakura's precarious situation hadn't changed. The broth's too hot. Sorry. Grilled dish for table 3, is it ready yet? Almost. There was a flurry of activity in the kitchen. Young chefs run around hard to fill the holes left by the experienced chefs. I'm sorry, but we can't take any more reservations for today. Kyrie's voice echoed hollowly as she bowed over the phone, apologizing to yet another disappointed guest. Less than half the tables in the restaurant were occupied. The lack of skilled hands and experience meant they couldn't deliver multiple courses simultaneously. The grill station can't keep up. I messed up the simmered dish's heat, it's gone cold and needs reheating. The timing for plating is tricky. The ingredients in the thickened soup are inconsistent, some are too soft, and others too hard. Kisaburo would have noticed in a second. The voices of struggling young chefs filled the air, and responses couldn't keep up. Each dish took too long to prepare, causing delays in service. Customers waited longer. And the quality of the food suffered compared to when the experienced chefs were present. Mistakes that experienced chefs would avoid, like adjusting heat or gauging doneness, required multiple attempts by the younger team. Even as night wore on, sweat glistened on everyone's foreheads. Although they managed to keep the restaurant running. The difficulty of maintaining quality while ensuring efficiency loomed heavier with each passing day. "This can't go on," Kyrie muttered, her tired face turned downward. She understood the young chefs needed time to grow. But could Sakura afford to wait? The air of unease in the kitchen was suffocating, and no one could dispel it. One evening, Adele arrived in the kitchen with a group of foreign chefs in tow. Each exuded a sense of elegance and confidence. "Sean, I heard about the situation. I've arranged for these chefs to help for the next 6 months." "What?" "They're all highly trained professionals who've studied Japanese cuisine at top-tier restaurants. Some are head chefs from Michelin-starred establishments. They have immense respect for traditional Japanese cuisine. And since this is also an opportunity for them to learn, they're fine being paid the same as the junior chefs here." Behind her, the chefs bowed deeply, their movements reflecting an understanding of Japanese etiquette. "Thank you. But why would you do this?" Adele looked down briefly, then began to speak slowly. "When I heard that Luke stole your research, I did nothing." Her voice wavered. "At the time, I was so caught up in my own work." "I imagine you must have felt the same way. But despite that, you always supported me. Whenever I hit a wall, you stayed up all night to help. Every time I wanted to give up, you told me, 'There's research only you can do.' But when you disappeared and when Luke presented your work as his own, I just stood by and watched." Adele took a deep breath, her gaze steady. "I can't turn back time. But now, I can help protect what's important to you. This is my way of repaying you. Please, accept it." Her words struck a chord deep within me, and my chest grew warm. My vision blurred as tears welled up. Someone placed a hand on my shoulder. I turned to see Kyrie smiling gently at me. The kitchen was filled with the warmth of new allies. Bathed in the soft glow of twilight, the fears that had taken root in my heart began to dissolve, replaced by a wave of tears. Over the next few days, the chefs came to help not only prepare dishes but also shared their skills with the young team. "This is how you fillet sea bream into 3 pieces. Align the knife along the spine and gently guide it down. Don't press too hard. Let your fingers feel the bone as you cut. When making broth, keep this temperature in mind." The young chefs eagerly took notes as I translated the instructions. "They're incredible," I muttered in awe, watching the chef's precise movements from the corner of the kitchen. Their expertise steadily bolstered the skills of Sakura's younger team. Weeks later, Sakura was flourishing like never before. The restaurant was fully booked every night. Foreign guests filled the tables, and word of mouth brought back American diners in droves. "This sea bream cured with kombu seaweed is exquisite. The depth of flavor in the broth is outstanding." The beauty of the presentation moved me deeply. Every time a dish was served, the guests' praise echoed back. Under the guidance of the chefs, the younger team's skills were improving day by day. "One more, please. I'm booking my next visit right now." That was amazing. The guests' smiles began to restore the energy in the kitchen. Seeing the younger chefs train tirelessly late into the night, it felt like Sakura's future was finally coming into view. "Thanks to everyone, the smiles have returned," Kyrie said, looking around the kitchen with a relieved expression. Outside the window, the old cherry blossom tree was preparing for a new season of budding blossoms. One night, when Sakura was gradually regaining its vibrancy, I stayed late in the kitchen, checking the next day's procurement list. With more international reservations, arranging ingredients had become increasingly complex. "Well done, Sean. I'm impressed you managed to bring Adele to your side." Came a sudden voice. I turned to find Luke standing there, wearing a smug expression as he approached me slowly. "What do you want? Do you remember when I stole your research?" My hand froze at his words. "So it was you, Luke." "Haha, of course. It was ridiculously easy to make your research mine. Everyone trusted me over you. Watching you suffer in silence was quite entertaining." His words dredged up memories of that helplessness. But Luke continued, seemingly enjoying himself. Anyway, I've got something interesting for you. He pulled a USB drive from his pocket, spinning it between his fingers with a smirk. This contains the experimental data you worked on as an assistant in the economics department. I tampered with it to make it look like you falsified the results. If anyone had sided with you back then, I planned to release it. Fortunately, everyone believed you were the thief, so I never had to use it. But imagine what would happen if this were revealed now. You'd be branded a fraud who cheated at Harvard, and this time, the fallout would be even worse. Cold sweat ran down my back. If this gets out, Sakura will take a hit too. The media will report it as a restaurant harboring a fraud. All those guests you worked so hard to bring back will disappear overnight. Is that how you want this venerable establishment to end? Luke spun the USB drive in his hand, the moonlight catching its metallic gleam. Everything depends on your choice. Convince Kyrie to sell Sakura or end both your career and the restaurant's legacy. His words echoed coldly in the quiet kitchen. My mind went blank. Losing everything again. No, this time it wasn't just me. It would be Kyrie, the chefs, and Sakura. The USB glinted ominously in Luke's hand. The pressure of the decision drying my throat. At that moment, footsteps sounded from the back of the kitchen. Luke noticed just as Kisaburo snatched the USB from his hand. What? Kisaburo? Why are you here? I heard everything, Luke. How you stole Sean's research, your threats, and everything. And I recorded it all. Kisaburo held up his phone. Luke's face turned pale in an instant. Kisaburo stepped forward, his presence commanding. Behind him appeared the chefs who had left Sakura. Anger burned in their eyes as they advanced. Luke took a step back, his face twisted in panic. You betrayed me, Kisaburo. We had a deal. You're the one who betrayed us. Kisaburo's voice thundered through the kitchen. Yes, we initially accepted your offer, high salaries, positions as head chefs in your planned high-end Japanese restaurants, and the responsibility of training new chefs. But the chefs nodded in agreement with Kisaburo's words. But the reality was different. We were forced to follow a manual, use pre-made broth, and produce food that lacked any soul of Japanese cuisine. We weren't allowed to teach the younger chefs proper skills, just rote procedures. And on top of that, the restaurant was planned for chain expansion. That's the way the world works now. Efficiency and consistency are the strengths of dining chains. Who needs labor-intensive broth when powdered versions can achieve the same taste? Craftsmanship is obsolete because machines can do the work now. Tradition is just a roadblock to profitability, so it's nothing but a nuisance in business. You're wrong. Kisaburo took a bold step forward. Japanese cuisine is about heart. It's about the intention poured into each dish, the delicate expression of the seasons, and the sincerity shown to our guests. Sakura has fought desperately to protect that spirit. Working at your place made me finally realize that. Kisaburo sighed deeply, then turned to the chefs who gathered. They nodded and stepped forward, presenting documents in unison. Luke, your wrongdoings aren't just in this USB or the recording we have. Here are copies of the contracts you made young chefs sign at your dining chains. No overtime pay, no holidays. And the promise of becoming a manager was a lie. You stripped them of their dreams and used them as disposable labor. Kisaburo opened a thick file, flipping through the pages as the other chefs stood silently by. And here's the evidence of your dealings with suppliers of counterfeit ingredients. You passed off farm-raised tuna as wild-caught and falsified their origins. As a chef, such deceit is unforgivable. His voice resonated with a deep anger as he continued. And this is the final nail in the coffin, records of funds embezzled from traditional establishments. You preyed on struggling family businesses, promising financial relief, only to steal their money through fake investment schemes and funnel it into overseas accounts. Every historic restaurant you approached has gone under. You saw these establishments, protected by generations, as nothing more than tools to line your pockets. Page after page of evidence laid bare Luke's crimes. This can't be. How did you get all this? You underestimated us. We're chefs. We can spot when something is fake or real at a glance. Luke stammered, his face paling. By the way, all this evidence has already been sent to your company's board of directors. By now, they've likely filed for your arrest. Fraud, embezzlement, and breach of trust. You'll finally face justice for preying on the traditions of others. Luke's knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the kitchen floor. Why, Sean? Why do you always stand in my way? I looked down silently at Luke, who was gritting his teeth. Ever since Harvard, you've been a thorn in my side. I worked so hard, but my grades never improved. And yet, you effortlessly achieved results and earned everyone's trust. Luke's voice cracked as he confessed. When I stole your research, it felt like I'd finally won. But it was torment after that. The more praise I received, the more my heart ached. I thought crushing you would make that pain go away. I thought if you were gone, the gnawing in my chest would disappear. Under the moonlight, tears streaked down Luke's face. In the end, I was afraid of you. Afraid of your dedication to your research. His words echoed through the quiet kitchen. Kisaburo stepped forward, looking down at Luke. Everyone makes mistakes, but what matters is how you live afterward. Sean lost everything once, but he kept walking the path he believed in. That's where true strength lies. Kisaburo said, his voice both firm and compassionate. The other chefs nodded silently. Luke said nothing, his head hung low as tears continued to fall. As dawn broke over the kitchen, a sense of renewal filled the air. After Luke left, silence returned to the room. Kisaburo turned to me and bowed deeply. Sean, I'm sorry. We were so stubborn. We never tried to understand how much you and Kyrie care for Sakura. We blindly believed our way was the only way. I, of all people, should have understood. I started as a dishwasher too. But I failed to see the meaning behind your quiet dedication. Kisaburo's voice cracked, and he lowered his head further. I have no right to stay here anymore. I brought shame to Sakura. Besides, I can't stomach cooking soulless food at a place like Luke's company. So, this is goodbye. As Kisaburo turned to leave, Kyrie stood at the entrance of the kitchen. Kisaburo stopped in his tracks, startled. Tears stained Kyrie's cheeks as she approached him slowly. Kisaburo, I heard everything. Kyrie slowly approached Kisaburo. Even after joining Luke's company, you kept thinking about Sakura. That's why you gathered the evidence when you realized something was wrong. No, I only did it to atone for abandoning this place. No. Kyrie's voice rang out firmly, echoing through the kitchen. Kisaburo, you truly protected the essence of Sakura's traditions. It wasn't just about the utensils or the formalities. It was about the pride of a chef, the sincerity in their work, and the care for their colleagues. That's the true legacy passed down at Sakura. Her words caused Kisaburo's shoulders to tremble. Kisaburo, would you please work with us again? We need you to teach your skills and your heart to the younger chefs. Tears streamed down Kisaburo's face. Kyrie. Are you sure you want an old man like me? Yes. Sakura needs you, Kisaburo. In the kitchen, now bathed in the morning sunlight, Kisaburo wiped his eyes with a handkerchief and spoke in a shaky voice. Thank you. Nothing could make a chef prouder. Kyrie, you've become a fine proprietress. The previous owner would be so proud of you. Kisaburo's voice quivered. and Kyrie's eyes glistened with tears as well. The chefs bowed deeply, showing their respect. Outside, the old cherry blossom tree stood silently, witnessing the beginning of a new day. A few days later, news of Luke's crimes dominated the headlines. Senior executive of major dining group exposed for defrauding historic restaurants read the breaking news. Further investigation revealed the theft of my research during our time at Harvard. Luke confessed to the allegations, and my name was officially cleared. Sean Stanley's research proven legitimate, Shepard issues apology was the headline across many newspapers. After the scandal, Luke vanished from public view. Rumors occasionally surfaced of him running a small food truck on a quiet street. They said his carefully prepared dishes, made with an attention to quality, were surprisingly heartfelt. Something no one could have expected from his former self. Perhaps he still carries a love for food deep inside, I thought, reflecting quietly on his path. Meanwhile, Sakura was steadily shaping its new identity. In the afternoon, at the counter, a British family watched Kisaburo craft Edo-style sushi with awe. When the father exclaimed, "Amazing," in delight, an elderly Japanese in a private room savored their charcoal-grilled Wagyu beef with satisfaction. The reservation book was packed with names of both domestic and international guests. Under Kisaburo's guidance, the younger chef's skills were improving rapidly. At the dining area, Kyrie, in her elegant kimono, explained the dishes to guests while I translated and added context in their languages. This had become a natural scene at Sakura. In the kitchen, Kisaburo and the younger chefs worked with serious expressions, honing their craft. Handle your knives more carefully. Never forget to respect the ingredients. Sakura was becoming a place where tradition and innovation blended seamlessly, taking confident steps toward its future. Kyrie and I quietly observed the scene. "Sean, this feels like a dream," she said, her eyes glistening with tears. I gently took her hand, warmth radiating through my palm. At that moment, Kisaburo walked over to us. I quickly let go of her hand, and Kyrie's cheeks turned a deep shade of red. Another secret conversation between you two? Well, it's nice to see you getting along. Perhaps we'll hear some good news soon? Kisaburo said with a sly grin. Oh, Kisaburo! Kyrie tried to hide her embarrassment, though her happiness was evident. It wouldn't be long before we would announce our engagement. As the autumn leaves from the cherry blossom tree drifted down, I reflected on life. Everyone has a place where they can truly shine. Even after setbacks and failures, those experiences can always lead to something meaningful. I thought I had lost everything when my research was stolen and my reputation shattered. But working as a dishwasher at Sakura opened doors to new possibilities. Life is full of unexpected encounters. I now firmly believe that each one of them gives me a hint to live my life as I want it to be. A high school grad who got demoted deserves no better than this. At our first reunion in 5 years, Joshua, the son of CEO, Mr. King, handed me a paper cup filled with muddy water. As I froze, staring at the murky brown liquid, Joshua and the other colleagues burst into stifled laughter. "Come on, drink it already. I went out of my way to prepare this for you." Even after all these years, the same malice as before lingered in the air. But escaping this situation wasn't even an option for me. With trembling hands, I slowly brought the paper cup to my lips. Just as the water was about to touch my mouth, it happened. What do you think you're doing to this person? Do you even know who he is? A beautiful woman rushed into the room, snatching the cup from my hands. Her next words left Joshua and the others standing in shock, unable to hide their astonishment. 5 years, it's been 5 years. Murmuring this to myself, I looked up at the building in front of me. My name is Marcus, 25 years old. I work at a company called King Partners, which specializes in real estate development. 5 years ago, I was transferred to a regional branch due to a certain mistake, but just last month, I received orders to return to the head office. That's why I'm here now. After graduating high school, I spent 2 years at the head office, but honestly, I have no fond memories of it. I grew up in a relatively well-off family with loving parents and a slightly frail younger sister, 3 years my junior. The four of us lived happily together. But when I started middle school, an unexpected tragedy struck our family. During a family trip, we were involved in an accident that took the lives of our parents. My sister Alice and I survived with minor injuries, but we ended up being taken in by relatives. However, they saw us as a burden, an adolescent boy and a younger girl with medical expenses, and we were passed around among them. While they didn't outright mistreat us, their reluctance and the uncomfortable atmosphere were palpable. Alice and I learned to live cautiously to avoid being seen as more trouble. But the stress of losing our parents and living such a constrained life began to affect my sister's health. She started to get sicker, more frequently hospitalized than ever before. What about her hospital fees? The money their parents left us is almost gone. What are we going to do? Maybe it's best to consult someone about putting her in a facility. I accidentally overheard the relatives talking, and I couldn't stop trembling. If things continued like this, I would be separated from Alice. That thought terrified me. To me, Alice was the only family I had left. If that's the case, I'll earn the money for her treatment myself. From that day on, I took immediate action. I spent less time studying and more time in front of the computer. Since my father had been an engineer, I'd grown up using computers and had acquired advanced skills far beyond what most adults could understand. After my parents passed away, I had neglected these skills, but now I saw them as my only way to earn money. The internet was filled with all kinds of jobs, ranging from legitimate work to those that delved into deeper, more obscure territories, all of which could be done anonymously without revealing my identity. I chose the ones that offered even the slightest chance of better pay and took them on. If it meant Alice could live a peaceful life, I was willing to do whatever it took. The relatives disapproved of my actions, but since they already treated us like a burden, they didn't interfere much, which was a small blessing. I was finally freed from that grueling lifestyle during my second year of high school. I managed to earn enough to cover Alice's medical expenses and support the two of us. And we started a new life without much opposition from our relatives. Life after that wasn't easy, but I worked tirelessly, balancing school and multiple part-time jobs to keep Alice smiling. It was during this time that I met the CEO of the rapidly growing company, King Partners, through an acquaintance. After hearing about my family situation and Alice's struggles, Mr. King was moved to tears and offered me a job at his company. "Marcus, I believe you'll thrive at my company." "Thank you so much, Mr. King. I'll do my best." That's how I joined King Partners right after graduating high school. Thanks to a stable income, I was finally able to build a secure life with Alice. I am deeply grateful to Mr. King for giving me a chance. However, his son, Joshua, seemed to resent the fact that I had joined the company on his father's recommendation. Despite being my peer, he constantly harassed me with petty pranks and unreasonable orders. Even minor annoyances, when continued over 2 years, can become a significant source of stress. Still, out of gratitude to Mr. King and the need to support my livelihood, I persevered. But then, a crisis arose when a major contract was on the verge of falling through. Although I managed to prevent a breach of contract, I ended up being held responsible and was demoted to a regional branch. That was 5 years ago. The successful conclusion of that deal helped the company grow rapidly. Today, the head office is housed in a much larger building, incomparable to what it was back then. I'm not thrilled about this, but I have no choice. Steeling my nerves against the reluctance I felt, I stepped through the entrance of the head office. "Hi, Marcus. I've been transferred from the Sullivan branch. It's been 5 years since I was last here. I look forward to working with all of you." On my first day after the transfer, I introduced myself in front of everyone. Sparse applause echoed through the room. Among the crowd, I spotted a familiar face, Joshua. Our eyes met, and he smirked, curling the corner of his mouth. I had a bad feeling about this. As soon as the morning meeting ended and the department head, Kyle, left the room, Joshua approached me. "Let's give Marcus a proper welcome back, shall we?" His arrogant attitude was just as unbearable as ever, but as the son Mr. King and someone who had risen to a higher position over the past 5 years, he now outranked me, leaving me disheartened. I couldn't afford to upset him. When I whispered a quiet thank you, Joshua clapped me on the back repeatedly. "Come on, don't be so uptight. Here, drink this and relax a little." With that, Joshua handed me a paper cup filled with a murky brown liquid. Coffee? No, it wasn't, it was just muddy water. Sullivan Branch is the #1 dumping ground for rejects in this company, you know? You got sent there because you're just a high school grad, a failure, and a dropout. Drinking muddy water suits someone like you perfectly. He burst into loud laughter. Honestly, Joshua's actions were appalling enough to make anyone recoil, but the colleagues in the room merely glanced at me and chuckled quietly. When I received the transfer order to return to the head office, I had held a small glimmer of hope. I thought that maybe, after 5 years, something might have changed. But nothing here had changed. In fact, the room was filled with even more malice and mockery than before. As I stood frozen, staring at the paper cup, Joshua leaned in close and whispered in a low voice, "Drink it. You know you don't have the right to refuse." Hearing his words, I tightened my grip on the paper cup. I was afraid that if I let my guard down, my hands would start trembling uncontrollably. "This amount will be gone in an instant. Just endure it for a moment, and it'll be over." Repeating this mantra in my head like a spell, I brought the cup closer to my lips. The stench of dirt and mold reached my nose, and I fought back the urge to gag. I caught a glimpse of Joshua's twisted grin as he watched me with amusement. The cup was about to touch my lips when it happened. "What are you doing?" Before I even registered the voice, the cup disappeared from my hands. The sharp sound of heels echoed as a woman stepped out of the break room and stopped in front of Joshua. "Oh, come on, Natalie, you ruined the best part." Joshua let out a disappointed sigh, flashing a sly grin at the woman. The woman, called Natalie, gave a brief sigh of her own before chastising him. "You've taken this joke way too far. And besides, if something were to happen to someone who was transferred here under the CEO's direct orders, do you really think Mr. King would let it slide?" Her words caused a stir among the onlookers. Perhaps spurred on by my response, Joshua clicked his tongue in frustration but said, "You really are serious, huh? Well, I guess that's one of your good points," as he placed his hand under the woman's slender chin. "We're on duty right now." The woman firmly declined in a calm, unwavering tone, her expression unchanged. "All right, then. Later it is." Joshua smirked, ran his hand over her waist, and left the room. Once Joshua was gone, the other colleagues returned to their desks as if nothing had happened. The woman sighed briefly as she watched them. Excuse me." When she turned around at my call, I was struck by how breathtakingly beautiful she was. Her facial features were perfectly balanced and elegant. Her long, glossy black hair looked so silky that it seemed to invite touch. Her tall, slender limbs were both graceful and strong. But what stood out the most were her clear, determined eyes, exuding strength. In just a few seconds of her gaze meeting mine, my heart was pounding so loudly I thought it might burst, leaving me too nervous to move or speak properly. "Is something wrong?" She leaned in slightly, looking at my frozen face. Her voice, softer and calmer than when she was reprimanding Joshua earlier, eased my tension just a little. I'm sorry for causing trouble on my first day after the transfer." "Oh, not at all. You've done nothing wrong. It's all because of Joshua's silly antics. Still, it's just how things work around here, isn't it?" In this department, Joshua, wielding the ultimate privilege of being the CEO's son, had always acted as if he owned the place. Countless people had quit because of him and his clique. It's baffling that Mr. King, who is otherwise a respectable leader, says nothing about it. Perhaps he can't help but be lenient with his own child. As someone who came in as a mid-career hire, I can tell you one thing: it's absurd. Her clear and resolute statement made me smile without realizing it. It was the first reasonable opinion I had heard in this distorted environment in a long time. Noticing my reaction, she smiled faintly in return. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Natalie, the supervisor here, and I've been assigned as your mentor. I look forward to working with you. With that, Natalie extended her hand toward me. It was a beautiful, delicate, and elegant hand. As I hesitated, wondering if someone like me should even be allowed to touch such beautiful hands, she softly called out in a concerned voice, "Marcus?" Her voice brought me back to reality, and I quickly extended my hand for a handshake. "Pleased to meet you." "Yes, pleased to meet you as well." I was surprised by the firmness of her handshake, but her hand was smooth, comforting, and incredibly warm. Thanks to the luck of having Natalie as my mentor, I quickly adjusted to my work at the head office. From overhearing the office chatter, I learned something shocking: Natalie was Joshua's girlfriend. Because of this, Joshua's hostility toward me had intensified, and his harassment was far worse than 5 years ago. Following his lead, my colleagues began dumping piles of menial tasks on me, leaving me swamped. As a result, I often fell behind on my actual work and ended up working overtime almost every day. "Another late night, huh? Well, see ya, useless." Joshua would mockingly knock over the stack of files on my desk, laughing as I scrambled to pick them up, before leaving on time every day. I silently picked up the scattered files from the floor. To survive here, I had to empty my mind and suppress all emotions. "Marcus, are you okay?" The only person who cared about me was Natalie. But even she stayed late every day, working overtime to finish her tasks. And her workload was several times heavier than mine, making my efforts pale in comparison. "Thank you, but I'm used to it." "Please, go back to your own work, Natalie." "I see, but if you ever need anything, let me know, okay?" With that, Natalie returned to her desk. From her tone, it was clear she was genuinely concerned for me. If it weren't for Mr. King and Natalie, I would have quit this company a long time ago. With that thought in mind, I quickly finished tidying up and turned back to my computer. The only sounds in the room were the clacking of keyboards, hers and mine. The clock was approaching 8 p.m. I finally finished my tasks and stretched lightly. When I glanced over, Natalie was still working. Although the stack of files and papers on her desk had decreased since earlier, it was clear she still had a mountain of work left. Natalie. Ah. She must have been deeply focused. Startled by my voice, her eyes widened in surprise. The contrast with her usual composed demeanor was so charming that I couldn't help but laugh. "Hey, Marcus. That's rude, isn't it?" "Sorry." I couldn't help it. As I hastily apologized, she seemed amused by my reaction and started laughing herself. "Well, you're not one to talk, Natalie." Fair enough. A little payback, maybe." "Are you all done?" "Ah, yes." "I see. Good work. Be careful on your way home." She smiled warmly before turning back to her computer, her expression shifting back to one of focus and determination. I glanced at the stack of files piled on my desk and then offered hesitantly, "If you'd like, I could help out too?" But Natalie slowly shook her head. "This is my work, so don't worry about it." "But this isn't just a week's worth of work, is it?" "It can't be helped. It's all on Joshua's orders." She gave a troubled smile as she spoke. "It's because you stood up for me that day, isn't it?" I clenched my fist. When Joshua tried to force me to drink muddy water, Natalie intervened, and in retaliation, Joshua dumped an overwhelming amount of work on her. On top of that, he dragged her along on his client visits and social engagements. As a result, her workload kept piling up with no end in sight. Of course, Joshua, the one assigning her all this work, never lifted a finger to help her. Here, Joshua sets the rules, after all. Natalie muttered with a hint of resignation in her voice. Rules, huh? Well, then, it's not against the rules for me to help, is it? He never said, don't cooperate, after all. Marcus, let's just get this done. With that, I grabbed a large stack of files from Natalie's desk and carried them to mine. Wait, hey. That's way too much. It's fine. Believe it or not, I'm pretty fast at data entry. Dodging Natalie's attempts to reclaim the files, I sat down and skimmed through their contents. The stack contained not only her regular tasks but also pointless busywork and critical assignments where mistakes were unacceptable. It was a frustrating mix. Seriously, that guy hasn't changed one bit. I let out a small sigh and got to work. Once again, the only sounds in the room were the clacking of Natalie's and my keyboards. After about an hour, it seemed the work was done. Natalie walked over to my desk. Marcus, how's it going? I'm done, so I can take over now. I'm almost finished too, so don't worry about it. What? Almost done already, seriously. Ignoring Natalie's astonished voice, I finished the last entry, closed my laptop, and smiled. All done. Great work. But it's only been an hour, and you're saying you finished that huge workload, a week's worth of tasks? Even as I tidied up my desk, Natalie stood there, dumbfounded. I responded with a laugh to her disbelief. I told you, didn't I? I'm pretty fast at data entry. Don't be ridiculous. This wasn't just basic data entry. There were piles of contracts, 10 years worth of historical data, and lists that required picking out relevant information from tons of other documents, weren't there? And it's not as tough as you're making it sound. Once you get the hang of it, it's pretty simple. No way that's true. It really is. As I replied nonchalantly, Natalie raised her voice in protest, lightly smacking a file against the desk in frustration. I couldn't help but smirk internally, feeling a bit lucky to witness a side of her so far removed from her usual cool demeanor. But then, a calm yet sharp voice cut through the moment, directed squarely at me. Who are you, really? Natalie's expression had completely changed, now calm and composed as she stared directly at me. The intensity of her gaze made me swallow reflexively. I'm just a useless employee who got demoted and sent back. Joshua said so himself, didn't he? But the way you handled that work is nothing like what he described. Joshua doesn't care about me enough to say anything accurate. He's just making things up. Are you trying to dodge the question? Although her voice wasn't particularly loud, the tension in the room was palpable. Maybe it was the stillness around us. Or maybe it was the sharp edge in her tone that made me feel on edge. I exhaled, then slowly shook my head and smiled at her. I'm not dodging anything. Anyway, if Joshua dumps more unreasonable work on you, let me know. Even someone as useless as me can help out within my limits. After all, I'm already staying late every day. Honestly. Although she still didn't seem entirely convinced, she let out a short sigh, perhaps realizing I wasn't going to say anymore. Fine. If I get stuck with any simple data entry, I'll come to you for help. Anne. She paused briefly. Thank you for today. You really saved me. She smiled as she spoke. Her smile felt brighter and softer than usual, so beautiful that my heart began to pound uncontrollably. When was the last time I had been sincerely thanked by someone like this? Until now, everything I did was solely to obtain what I needed or wanted. Helping others or lending a hand to those in trouble, thoughts like that were long gone. Because you can't survive in this world by just doing that. I had been that desperate. But today, for the first time, I felt a genuine desire to help her. It wasn't because I expected gratitude. If I had to give a reason, it would be as simple as wanting to repay her for helping me when Joshua tried to humiliate me. But hearing her thank me face to face like this made me happy, leaving me with a strange, unsettled, and almost buoyant feeling as I headed home that evening. And as I was greeted by Alice at the door, she teased me, saying, "Wow, Marcus, you're totally grinning." After that day, I continued working overtime as usual, but something had changed. After regular hours, light snacks and drinks began appearing on my desk. I knew exactly whose quiet kindness it was, and it made coming to this once dreaded workplace feel just a little less burdensome and even somewhat enjoyable. Then, one day, the office was abuzz with excitement. Rumors spread about a major project finally getting underway. Apparently, the plan involved persuading a notoriously stubborn landowner to join a regional urban development project spearheaded by a major corporation. If successful, it would generate extraordinary profits and almost unimaginable opportunity for the company. Still, I figured such a significant project was far beyond the reach of someone like me, a low-level employee. So I calmly continued my morning preparations. Suddenly, the sound of clapping hands echoed through the room. All attention turned toward the source of the noise. Standing there with a composed and resolute expression was Natalie. I'm sure most of you have already heard the news. To participate in KS Corporation's urban development project, a special project team is being formed. From this department, I will be joining as a lead member, along with one more person in a support role. After Natalie's announcement, the room buzzed with excitement. Despite her being relatively new to the company, there was no question that Natalie was the most capable person in the room, and no one would dispute her selection for the project. Naturally, the focus shifted to who would be chosen as her support. For many, this was an opportunity of a lifetime. A chance to leave a mark on the project could lead to rapid promotions. The atmosphere was electric with silent pleas of, "Pick me." Even Joshua seemed uncharacteristically eager, a faint glint of anticipation visible on his face. After consulting with Kyle, we've decided. As Natalie spoke, our eyes met. Marcus will be joining me as support. I'll be counting on you. When Natalie announced it, the room fell silent for a moment. The next instant, a chorus of surprised voices erupted. I, the person at the center of it all, could only sit there, dumbfounded. It felt like a mistake, a misheard statement, but the sharp stares from those around me confirmed otherwise. Wait, hold on. Why would you give such an important job to someone like Marcus? As the CEO's son, I'm obviously more suited for it. Joshua, his face bright red, lashed out at Natalie. But Natalie calmly shook her head. Marcus is the most suitable person for this project. His precision, speed, and dedication leave nothing to be criticized. That's impossible. He's just a high school grad who got demoted to a bottom-tier branch. There's no way someone like that is qualified. Considering the sheer amount of work you've assigned to him, Joshua, I believe you're the one who understands his capabilities the best. Don't you? Her remark turned his constant harassment on its head, leaving Joshua speechless. While seeing him silenced was satisfying, I couldn't help but worry that his animosity toward Natalie might grow worse. After giving Joshua a polite smile, Natalie turned her attention to me at the back of the room. Marcus, your schedule has already been adjusted. Please check it immediately. Got it? Yes, I understand. That's all for now. Let's all have a productive day. With a polite bow, Natalie dismissed the meeting. I wasn't the only one struggling to process what had just happened. But Natalie's words weren't a suggestion, they were a firm decision. From that day, my life changed drastically. Our task involved securing land in the planned development area by negotiating with local real estate agents and landowners. While Natalie took the lead, I worked on compiling data, calculating financial projections, and preparing persuasive materials to support our negotiations. As expected, Marcus. This document is really well done. Thank you. Being praised by Natalie boosted my motivation immensely. I'd never worked like this before, so it felt fresh and left me with a somewhat ticklish sense of satisfaction. I also got approval from Kyle. You'll be accompanying me to the next meeting. It'll be more persuasive if the person who prepared these materials presents them. Wait, what? But I've never done anything like that before. I'm terrible at presentations. I've always been the type who struggles to talk to people. Especially when speaking to those in positions above me, the faces of my relatives, looking annoyed and inconvenienced, often come to mind. And I freeze up. In all my previous jobs, I stuck to behind-the-scenes roles, so it was never an issue. Even with this major project, I managed because I had the excuse of being Natalie's support. But presentations and negotiations, just thinking about them makes my blood run cold. That's exactly why you should challenge yourself. I believe you need to gain more experience, Marcus. But what if I fail? Failure is fine. Her sharp tone cut through my hesitation. No one in this world becomes successful without experiencing failure. Well, this project is big, yes, but one meeting won't decide everything. Even if you fail this time, we'll regroup, come up with better proposals, and meet again. That's how success is achieved. Her expression softened as she continued. And to support you through such failures, you have your supervisors and team members, don't you? So don't be afraid. Take the plunge. Until now, I'd never had anyone say things like that to me. I had long given up expecting anything from those around me. But Natalie, she gave me the words I'd always wanted to hear. As if she could see past my surface and into the parts of me I didn't want anyone to touch. I believe you can do this, Marcus. So have confidence, okay? Natalie. I'll do my best. That's the spirit. Well then, I'd better put in some effort too. Satisfied with my response, Natalie nodded and returned to her work. Watching her focused expression, I felt a surge of determination. I want to do my best, for her. A warmth I'd never experienced before started growing inside me. With Natalie's encouragement, I poured even more energy into making the project a success. Fortunately, Joshua's influence didn't extend much beyond our department, and the rest of the team welcomed me warmly. For the first time since I started working, I found myself in an environment that could only be described as ideal. Fueled by this, I accomplished an impressive amount of work. In addition to my strengths in data collection and document creation, I began working on project proposals and presentation materials with Natalie's guidance, even challenging myself to deliver actual presentations. Being inexperienced and uncomfortable with interpersonal tasks, I made many mistakes, but each time Natalie and the team stepped in to support me, helping to refine and improve my work with every failure. The first time a presentation I delivered succeeded, I was so overwhelmed that, embarrassingly, I couldn't stop the tears. The faces of the clients who appreciated my proposal, the teammates who worked hard alongside me, and Natalie, who always supported me. Their smiles and kind words lit a warm fire in my heart. It's only been about 2 months, yet I felt a sense of fulfillment I've never experienced before, and even I'm surprised by it. Thanks to being so busy, Joshua and his clique haven't had a chance to harass me. I no longer had to work overtime, and my mental and physical health stabilized. Even Alice seemed relieved to see me like this. Marcus, do you enjoy your work now? What's with the sudden question? It's just, you've been so different from how you were back then. Back then. Alice was probably referring to the time when I had just started working at the company. I was a complete mess then, causing her terrible worry even though she was hospitalized at the time. Remembering those days still fills me with intense regret, making my chest ache with unbearable pain. Alice. I'm sorry for back then. No, that's not it. It's just, I know how much you worked so hard for me, and I'm so grateful for that. But I still want to see you smiling too. That's why I'm happy now. Alice, thank you. I gently patted her head as she looked like she was about to cry. For me, work had always been just a means of survival. Nothing more, nothing less. But after meeting Natalie, something began to change. In just a short time, I experienced so much that my entire perspective on work shifted. Now, I could truly say, I enjoy working. Every day felt truly fulfilling. I even began to hope that this sense of fulfillment would last forever. A hope that I had no right to wish for. That day, as I worked at my desk for the first time in a while, a colleague approached me. Marcus, Joshua wants to speak with you. Please go to conference room 3. Joshua? I've delivered the message, so make sure you go. With a sharp glare, she hurried away. I stopped what I was doing and stood up. A small group had gathered around the messenger, whispering and glancing my way. Casting them a brief look, I made my way to conference room 3. If Natalie had been here, she might have told me, "You don't have to go." But for me, that wasn't an option. As I waited in the empty conference room, loud footsteps echoed from outside. The sound was intense, even with the carpeted floor, making it clear that whoever was approaching was highly agitated. Suddenly, the door was flung open with a bang. "Oh, you're already here." Waiting before I even arrived, impressive. Joshua strode in and threw himself into the seat at the head of the table. His arrogant tone and behavior made me sigh internally. "So, what did you want to talk about?" "Marcus, I want you to step down from the project." "What? Didn't you hear me? Or is your hearing as bad as your intelligence?" Joshua sneered, mocking me. It'd look much better to have the CEO's son on the project instead of someone as useless as you, don't you think? "What are you talking about? You take the back seat, and I'll take the lead. That's how it's always been, hasn't it? Just do the same thing now, Marcus." A sly grin spread across Joshua's face. "It's simple. Go to Kyle right now and tell him, this is too much for me. Joshua is the better choice. Cry if you have to." Joshua's words made me so furious I felt like the veins in my head were about to burst. That project was already built on the efforts of so many people. Abandoning it now and leaving it to someone else was something I couldn't and wouldn't do. Especially if that someone else was Joshua, that was absolutely out of the question. "No." "What's that? Your voice is too quiet, I can't hear you." Joshua smirked, cupping a hand to his ear mockingly. I clenched my fists tightly and shouted at him. "I said no. I'm not stepping down from this project." "What?" The voice that came out was louder than I had expected, surprising even myself, but it seemed Joshua was just as stunned. He stood there in shock, likely unprepared for resistance from someone he considered obedient. But soon, his expression twisted, gradually consumed by anger. Have you forgotten your place, Marcus?" Joshua stood up and glared at me sharply. Refusing to back down, I glared right back at him. My defiance seemed to infuriate him further, and he angrily kicked a nearby chair with full force. The chair crashed into the wall with a loud, jarring sound. "If that's how you want to play it, then I'll ruin her reputation, too." "Her?" "Natalie, of course. The bosses adore her, she's competent, attractive, and poised for a promotion if this project succeeds. But what do you think will happen if I expose your past? The blame will fall on Natalie for recommending you." "What?" Images of Natalie's serious expressions and resolute demeanor flashed through my mind, sending a sharp pain through my chest. At the same time, a surge of anger toward Joshua overwhelmed me, and my clenched fists began to tremble. "You're disgusting. How far will you go?" "Ha! Coming from you? That's rich. You're just a..." Before Joshua could finish his insult, a voice interrupted. "What's all the commotion about?" I heard a loud noise. Standing in the doorway was Natalie. She glanced between Joshua's smirk, my tense expression, and the overturned chair on the floor, clearly confused. Natalie. Ha ha. This is perfect. Let Natalie hear the truth about this man's identity. Joshua, stop. Shut up. It's your fault for defying me. Joshua, what do you mean by Marcus' true identity? At Natalie's question, Joshua grinned smugly and pointed at me, shouting loudly. This guy here? He's a criminal who's been locked up before. Hearing Joshua's words, my vision went black. Natalie, she knows now. The past I desperately wanted to keep hidden, it all happened less than a year after I joined King Partners. Thanks to Mr. King's generosity, I managed to secure a job, and that same year, Alice successfully passed her exams and started high school. However, the stress of adapting to her new environment seemed to take its toll, and Alice's health deteriorated rapidly, forcing her to be hospitalized again. It had only been a few months since her last hospitalization. Every day after work, I visited her at the hospital, and as I held Alice tightly while she cried and said, "I'm sorry, Marcus," all I could do was reassure her that everything would be okay. While it wasn't life-threatening, Alice's weakened condition required a significant hospital stay for recovery, and that, of course, came with a hefty price tag. The hospital had known Alice since she was little and understood our circumstances as siblings. But understanding didn't mean the expenses would be waived. If our parents had been alive, their insurance might have covered the costs, but during the years we were shuffled between relatives. The insurance payments had lapsed, and the policies were eventually canceled. As a high school grad in my first year of work, my monthly take-home pay was about $1,500. The previous hospital bills, combined with the costs of Alice's high school entrance fees and supplies, had drained the little savings we had. Even by cutting back on living expenses, coming up with the funds for this hospital stay seemed nearly impossible. Having left our relatives' homes to live on our own, I didn't even consider turning to them for help, they wouldn't have offered it anyway. So, I decided to restart the part-time jobs I had quit after finding full-time employment. These were the jobs I had been doing since middle school to support Alice and myself. From the beginning, I had taken on some questionable work, but desperate to gather the hospital fees as quickly as possible, I delved into even riskier jobs than before. In the end, I was arrested and, though it was for a short period, served time in prison. I had prepared myself for the worst, even being fired, for causing trouble at work. But instead, Mr. King reassured me, saying, "You did it for your sister, didn't you? Don't worry. Leave it to me," and he didn't abandon me. During Alice's hospitalization, Mr. King not only helped care for her but also ensured that news of my arrest was kept secret within the company to avoid jeopardizing my reinstatement. I could never express enough gratitude to him, but Joshua was the complete opposite. Perhaps he resented his father's decision to bring me into the company. From the moment I joined, Joshua constantly antagonized me. When I was released and returned to work, Joshua somehow found out about my arrest and began using it as blackmail, forcing me to cover for his mistakes and take on his responsibilities. The mistake that led to my transfer to the branch office 5 years ago was, in fact, Joshua's doing. I'll never forget his face at that moment. His mistake never came to light, and he was even able to bring me down, someone his father had supported, with that grotesque, twisted smile of satisfaction. And now, he was standing before me. Joshua wore the exact same expression he had back then. How about it, Natalie? Now you see that this guy isn't who you thought he was. If you let him handle this, he'll screw up again. And not only will everything go down the drain, but he'll tarnish the company's reputation too. Natalie said nothing, remaining silent. Unable to meet her gaze, I looked down. I didn't want to see her disappointment. No matter the circumstances, the fact that I had committed a crime and served time was undeniable. If she looked at me with disdain because of it, I had to accept that as my reality. But I just wanted, to spend a little more time with Natalie. Now that my shadowy past had been exposed, that was the feeling that lingered in my heart. Although we've only known each other for a short time, I suddenly realized how much my heart had leaned toward her. Now that I recognized it, I couldn't help but laugh at myself for harboring feelings that would never bear fruit. So, now you understand, don't you? That's why I should be on that project. Joshua's voice was filled with triumph. It carried the unwavering confidence of someone who believed everything was going exactly as he had planned. Even so, it has nothing to do with the current project. Natalie, what are you saying? He's a criminal. And what of it? In stark contrast to Joshua's flustered voice, Natalie's resolute tone echoed through the room. Joshua, you're right, he did commit a crime. But he faced trial, served his sentence, and paid for his actions. As for the transfer, he worked diligently for 5 years at the branch office and has continued to fulfill his responsibilities for the company since returning to the head office. So, tell me, what fault do you find in Marcus now? He's a criminal, so he can't be trusted. Do you believe criminals have no chance for rehabilitation? Then what's the purpose of trials and prisons in the first place? Ugh! Joshua stammered, sweat forming on his brow. Natalie cast him a brief glance before lowering her eyes sadly. Everyone carries something with them in life. It might be a burden they can't share with others or scars they're too ashamed to show. But no matter how messy or ungraceful it seems, we have to keep living. That's what being human is. As she finished speaking, Natalie looked directly into my eyes. Her gaze was strong yet filled with incredible kindness. And people like that, people who face their struggles, are much stronger for it. I know that to be true. Natalie. Her words felt as if they were spoken directly to me. Natalie, you've got some nerve giving me a lecture. Joshua's furious outburst snapped me out of my thoughts. When I looked at him, his face was flushed red with anger. I'll show you what happens to people who defy me. Don't think either of you will stay in this company. Is that so? Perhaps you should discuss this with your father? Natalie's cold gaze shifted toward Joshua. Her icy stare caused him to falter, and he slowly backed toward the door. If I tell my father, you two will be out of here in no time. You'd better start packing. With a shout worthy of a second-rate villain, Joshua stormed out of the conference room in a flurry of noise. Silence fell, leaving only Natalie and me behind. Marcus, are you okay? After confirming that Joshua was completely gone, Natalie walked over to me. Her voice was so gentle that it effortlessly broke through my defenses, and my tears began to flow uncontrollably. Natalie. It's okay. Take your time. As she said that, she gently rubbed my back. The warmth of her hand seemed to seep deep into my heart, and I couldn't stop the tears from flowing. I've always regretted it, what I did. When I was arrested. I later learned from the nurse in charge that Alice had cried all night in her hospital bed after finding out. She kept blaming herself, thinking it was because of her frailty. But after that, Alice changed. She started exercising, even though she hated it, to build strength. She overcame her picky eating habits, one by one. She worked tirelessly to catch up on her studies, which had been delayed by her repeated hospitalizations, and enrolled in nursing school to become a nurse. Next spring, she will finally achieve the dream and begin her career. I want you to start spending time on yourself now, Marcus. That's why I'll do my best. She said that with a smile the day I was released on bail. The weak, fragile little sister I thought I had to protect was gone. For Alice, who genuinely wished for my rehabilitation, I resolved to work hard as if I had been reborn. That's what I thought, but even if I atone for my sins, the fact that I committed a crime will never disappear. The harder I try to reinvent myself, the more it feels like my past keeps following me. I'm terrified that everyone who gets involved with me will end up unhappy. After spending over a decade deceiving myself, my heart was far more broken than I had realized. If I took any more emotional damage, I'd shatter into pieces, never to recover. That's why I'd always avoided getting too close to people. Natalie. I'm sorry, It's okay. Despite my tears and overwhelming regret, Natalie stayed by my side, as kind as ever. Her gentle voice and the warmth of her hand on my back gradually calmed the storm in my heart. You really are such a kind person. I've heard all kinds of things about you from Joshua and the others. But after working with you and talking to you, even for a short time, I can't believe that you're a bad person. She smiled as she spoke. You're different from Joshua, who enjoys stepping on the weak, or the sycophants who just follow the strong. Natalie. Isn't Joshua your boyfriend? Boyfriend, huh? He threatened to fire me if I didn't date him. I couldn't afford to lose my job, so I had no choice. Joshua, that bastard. I clenched my fists in anger, but Natalie let out a small laugh. You're the only one who gets angry for me like this, Marcus. Even when I was overwhelmed by Joshua's harassment, you were the only one who reached out to help. I just helped on a whim. Besides, you helped me first. That's true, she said with a gentle laugh. But I was really happy you helped me. I was happy when she thanked me that day I helped her with work. But somehow, hearing her words now made me even happier. Why couldn't I look away from her smile? Marcus, as I said before, you've paid for your mistakes. Even now, you continue to regret them. Someone like you, who recognizes their sins and repents, can truly turn their life around. I believe that. Her words resonated deeply in my now calm heart, melting away the lingering pain. Keep looking forward. Hold your head high and walk proudly. Her words were strong and resolute, but her expression remained endlessly kind. I nodded firmly in response. Natalie, thank you. You have a good expression now. You were wonderful before, but I like you even more now. What? My face grew hot at her sudden compliment, and I could feel myself blushing. Hearing my voice crack in surprise, Natalie burst out laughing. Ha ha. No need to sound so shocked. Her cheerful and bright demeanor was a stark contrast to her usual coolness. But it was so sudden, and Marcus, your face is bright red. She laughed again, clearly enjoying herself. Aren't you acting a bit different, Natalie? Really? This is just my true self. Her voice, much brighter than usual, carried an unexpected cheerfulness. As I stood there confused, Natalie gave me a playful wink. Her adorable expression made my heart race uncontrollably. Seeing me completely frozen, like a crashed program, Natalie laughed joyfully for a while. Meanwhile, Joshua, after throwing a tantrum, had stormed out and gone straight home. He had thrown out the parting threat, "I'll tell Mr. King," which left me worried. But Natalie had said, Mr. King isn't the kind of person who would make foolish decisions based solely on his son's words. Her reassurance prompted me to respond, "You're right," but I still couldn't shake my unease. Joshua had directed his words at both me and Natalie, saying, "I'll make sure you're both fired. I don't care what happens to me. But I want to protect Natalie, no matter what." As I watched Natalie's unusually serious profile, this thought firmly planted itself in my mind. The next morning, after the team meeting, I was summoned to the CEO's office. Relieved that I was the only one called, I stood up from my seat. "Looks like Mr. King himself is going to fire me," I muttered. "It's because he defied Joshua, he should have just kept quiet like us." I could hear my colleagues whispering among themselves. I overheard their quiet comments, and when I looked over, Joshua stood at the center of the group, smirking. Judging by his expression, he must have reported me and Natalie to his father, just as he had threatened. His face practically screamed, "Serves you right." Ignoring them completely, I made my way out of the room. Marcus. As I stepped outside, Natalie called out to me. Natalie, Here, you dropped your pen. Huh? Really? Oh, thank you. Before I could react, Natalie smoothly placed the pen back into my chest pocket. I'm honestly nervous. It's my first time being summoned by Mr. King. Perhaps because it was Natalie, my true feelings slipped out without hesitation. But as you said, Mr. King isn't the type to blindly believe everything his son says, right? You'll be fine. No matter what he says, hold your head high. Thank you. All right, I'll be going now. I nodded to Natalie and headed toward the CEO's office. Placing a hand over my chest, I touched the pen Natalie had slipped into my pocket. Wait, did I even have a pen there to begin with? Hey, Natalie. This pen. When I turned around, she was already gone. Well, no matter. It feels kind of like a good luck charm. I murmured to myself and continued toward the CEO's office. Ah, Marcus. Sorry for calling you in so early this morning. As I entered the CEO's office, I was greeted by Mr. King's smiling face. Once he had everyone else leave the room, it was just the two of us left. The air grew tense as he began to speak. Marcus, my son has made a suggestion that both you and Natalie should be dismissed immediately. I see. That was all I could manage to say. The atmosphere made it clear that being asked to leave wasn't out of the question. However, rest assured, I have no intention of letting you go, Mr. King said with a smile. I'm the one who values your abilities, Marcus, not anyone else. I have no intention of paying attention to Joshua's foolish nonsense. In fact, I'm deeply disappointed in my idiotic son because of this incident. Mr. King. If he were just a fool, I might have left him alone. But as things stand, it seems he'll only get in your way. So, I've decided to send him to the Sullivan branch in your place. It was ironic that Joshua would now be sent to the very branch I had worked at for the past 5 years, the one he himself had mocked as a dumping ground. Still, this would likely bring some peace to that department. And Natalie, who had been forced to play along with Joshua's charade of a relationship, would finally be free. I felt a wave of relief and unconsciously placed a hand on my chest. Noticing this, Mr. King continued speaking. He acted as he did because he doesn't truly understand your abilities. That ignorance makes him a fool. But on the other hand, I see your real potential and value. That's why I brought you back to the main office. I believe you'll dedicate yourself to helping this company grow. As he said this, he took my hands firmly in his. Marcus, please use your full abilities to support the future development of this company. His powerful words brought a warmth to my eyes. This was the man who, back when I was just a high school student, had listened to my story and given me a place in his company. Not so long ago, I might not have been able to accept these words from even someone like him. But after meeting Natalie and deciding to embrace my weaknesses, everything felt different. I was truly grateful for Mr. King's trust. Thank you so much, Mr. King. Hearing my heartfelt words, Mr. King nodded with a satisfied smile. Then, he added, now, to get straight to the point. I'll need you to step down from your current project. What? I froze, unable to immediately grasp Mr. King's words. But even as he looked at my confusion, his smile didn't waver. Don't worry, he said reassuringly. I have a job in mind that only you can do, Marcus. As he spoke, Mr. King handed me a file. Mr. King, what is this? And what do you mean about removing me from the project? He didn't answer my question. His smile remained unwavering, but its steadiness began to instill a growing sense of dread in me. I want you to hack the companies listed here and extract any information that could be useful for future negotiations. If you can't find anything, fabricate some convincing rumors and spread them. Mr. King, what are you saying? I've been impressed with your skills, Marcus. Or should I say, Ash? The name Mr. King uttered was the one I had used during my certain jobs. After my arrest and serving my sentence, I had buried that name, and no one was supposed to know it. How do you know that name? In response to my question, Mr. King's smile deepened. The man standing before me was no longer the Mr. King I thought I knew. It's simple. I was the one who hired you to do those jobs when you were a black hat hacker in middle school. No way. You were truly exceptional. Thanks to you, this company grew tremendously. You helped us outmaneuver competitors time and time again. And during those desperate times when you were scrambling to pay for your sister's treatment, you took on incredibly risky jobs. Your work was nothing short of brilliant. As he spoke, Mr. King spread his arms wide, only to sigh deeply and shake his head a moment later. The exaggerated, theatrical gestures sent a faint chill down my spine, making me shudder. But I got a bit too ambitious, it seems. When the police started sniffing around, I panicked. Fortunately, you took the fall for me. And I avoided any trouble. You were my savior. Wait, you mean my arrest back then? That's right. I leaked your information to the police. You were caught so easily, it was a great relief. And you've continued to cover for my idiot son's failures, protecting this company's reputation. Honestly, we owe you so much. Overwhelmed by one shocking revelation after another, I could do nothing but stand there in stunned silence. It was all I could do to remain on my feet, my mind unable to process anything. Mr. King reached out and grasped my hand once again. Earlier, the gesture had moved me, but now, all I could feel was disgust. I want you to work exclusively for our company. Hearing those words, I shook off Mr. King's hand. Don't be ridiculous. I've paid for my crimes and decided to start over from scratch. I'll never use my skills for wrongdoing again. Oh? So you're refusing my offer? The gentle smile Mr. King had worn moments ago vanished, replaced by a low, menacing voice that echoed through the office. For a moment, I felt intimidated, but images of Alice, my parents, and Natalie, along with their words, filled my mind, giving me strength. Clenching my stomach muscles, I shouted with all my might. I won't take on any more dirty work. My words reverberated in the room, followed by a heavy silence. So, you intend to repay my kindness with betrayal? What? Who gave a clueless high school grad like you a job? Who looked after your sister while you were in prison? Who let you return to this company? No questions asked, despite your criminal record? You? I did all of that because your skills as a hacker were valuable to me. And now you dare to refuse me? You'll find it difficult to navigate the world if you don't use your head a bit more. Mr. King let out a mocking snort. His expression, his demeanor, everything about him was exactly like Joshua. No, perhaps it was the other way around. Joshua was the spitting image of his father. For the first time, I fully grasped how closely the two resembled each other, both in appearance and character. Oh, yes. I've heard you've been getting close to Natalie lately. He said this with a sly smile. Did you know she's carrying a significant amount of debt? That's why she left her previous job and came here for the better pay. If she were to suddenly lose her job, well, what do you think would happen to her? How far will you stoop? I use whatever I can. That's my motto, ha ha ha. This was the true nature of Mr. King. The trust one had once placed in him shattered into pieces. There was no way I could continue working for someone like him, but if I refused now, Natalie would be dragged down with me. I hadn't known about her debt before, but I understood all too well what it meant to struggle with money. I had no choice but to close my eyes tightly. Overwhelmed by the crushing reality of being forced to chase well-paying work instead of pursuing what I truly wanted. Stand tall and face the world with confidence. Natalie's words came back to me. I'm sorry, Natalie. You gave me the courage to fight, but I Becoming Mr. King's pawn would mean betraying Natalie. Yet, if it meant protecting her, perhaps that was a price I was willing to pay. Well, Marcus? Have you made your decision? Mr. King's voice was laced with smug certainty, as if he already knew my answer. The condescension in his tone stung deeply. I opened my eyes, locking my gaze on his, determined to show at least a semblance of resistance. Will you promise not to harm Natalie? Ah, I promise. Having Natalie thriving in the spotlight and you, Marcus, working in the shadows is the ideal scenario for me. King's smile widened. It was the most wicked and vile expression I had ever seen on anyone. I understand. Just as I was about to say those words, opening my mouth to respond. Bang! The office door swung open with a deafening crash, causing both Mr. King and me to snap our heads toward it. That's enough. A commanding, resolute voice filled the room. There stood Natalie, her expression fierce as she fixed an unwavering glare on Mr. King. Natalie! How are you here? I made sure we wouldn't be disturbed. Mr. King's voice was a mix of shock and panic as he reached for the intercom to summon his secretary. Natalie, unshaken, met his frantic movements with a chilling calm. There's no one here. None of your allies, at least. What? Mr. King stammered, his mouth opening and closing uselessly under the weight of Natalie's unyielding presence. The smugness that had been plastered on his face just moments ago was completely gone. As for me, I could only stand there, stunned, unable to process the whirlwind unfolding before my eyes. Natalie strode into the room, her heels clicking sharply against the polished floor. Stopping in front of Mr. King, she pulled out a slim recording device, pressing a button. Clear audio of the conversation I had just had with Mr. King began playing, every word ringing out sharply in the silent room. Thanks to your loud voice, everything came through loud and clear. As she said this, Natalie turned to look at me. Her eyes landed on the pen she had given me earlier. Wait. That pen. You tricked me. Damn it. Hand that over. Panic flashed across Mr. King's face as he lunged for the recorder in Natalie's hand, his desperation palpable. But Natalie sidestepped gracefully, her voice icy as she responded. Don't bother. Destroying this won't change anything. You. Natalie pulled out a set of documents and thrust them toward Mr. King. Frederick King, you are under arrest for embezzlement and aggravated breach of trust. From there, events spiraled quickly. Several police officers entered the office, moving decisively toward Mr. King. Although he initially resisted, he eventually slumped in defeat, allowing himself to be escorted out with his head hanging low. Meanwhile, chaos erupted outside the office as news spread of the arrest, with onlookers and reporters crowding the scene. As I was being escorted to another room for questioning, I caught sight of Natalie. A strong feeling gripped me. If I didn't speak to her now, I might never get the chance again. Natalie. Natalie turned around at the sound of my voice. Marcus. I'm sorry. I deceived you and used you. And the truth is, I knew everything about your past. Her expression was pained, as though she might break into tears at any moment. I don't care about any of that. If I could help you, that's all that matters to me. I still had so much more I wanted to say, but it felt like time had run out as the police officers around us moved with hurried determination. Marcus, thank you. I'm glad I met you. Her words sounded almost like a farewell. Natalie gently took the pen from my chest pocket and turned on her heel. Wait. Natalie. But she didn't respond to my call, walking away to rejoin her true colleagues without looking back. That evening, news and newspapers reported the arrest of Mr. King. The numerous scandals that emerged from King Partners, a real estate company that had seen significant growth, sent shockwaves throughout the industry. The project Natalie and I had been working on was canceled. And the Mr. King's wrongdoings had robbed people of their land and driven companies into bankruptcy. Many victims filed lawsuits against both the company and Mr. King, resulting in massive compensation claims. Ultimately, the company went bankrupt. Joshua and his cronies, who had tormented former employees, also faced lawsuits for harassment and were burdened with damages and settlements. The collapse of the company left me temporarily unemployed, but during that time, Alice balanced school and part-time work to support our household. Her strength, both physical and emotional, filled me with pride and gratitude beyond words. Alice successfully graduated from nursing school and now dedicates herself to helping patients as a nurse. As for me, inspired by Natalie's recognition of my abilities, I took a bold step and founded my own cybersecurity company. Once a black hat hacker, I decided the best way to use my skills was to help others and make a positive impact. No matter what I do, my past cannot be erased. That's precisely why I focus on what I can do now. What should I do moving forward? Instead of being trapped by my past, I've decided to embrace everything, my mistakes, my growth, and keep moving forward. To hold my head high and smile confidently in front of her. Due to work, Alice and I now live apart, but we both enjoy fulfilling lives and find happiness in our respective journeys. It's been nearly a year since that shocking day. Since then, I haven't seen Natalie. Without knowing her contact information, all I could do was ask the police officer who helped me to pass along my details to her. The fact that I've heard nothing from her to this day, that silence feels like her answer. Ring, ring. The phone at my company rang. Answering the call, I was told that a woman named Amelia was here to see me. Puzzled by the unfamiliar name, I tilted my head in thought but told them to let the guest in. Hearing the gentle knock on the door, I moved to greet the guest and opened it. I murmured in shock, as standing before me was someone I never expected to see. It's been a while, Marcus. Hearing that voice for the first time in a year, I felt a rush of emotion well up, making my eyes sting. Natalie. I don't go by that name anymore. Amelia, that's my real name. Amelia. I repeated, and as soon as her name left my lips, her face lit up with the brightest smile. I'm not used to hearing you call me that, but it makes me happy. Her unpretentious words, paired with that radiant smile, sent my heart racing. Even though my pulse felt completely out of control, Amelia continued speaking, unfazed. Work has kept me so busy I couldn't get in touch, but I heard you started your own company, and I wanted to congratulate you. Is that so? Thank you for going out of your way. It's only been a year, but you've come so far. I owe it all to you for being able to start my own business. Marcus. Amelia looked surprised, her eyes widening, as I smiled at her. I lacked confidence and spent my days sulking in isolation. But because you, Natalie, Amelia, believed in me, I was able to face my feelings and resolve to move forward no matter what. I truly owe you so much. Amelia quietly listened to my words. Maybe it was just part of your job, Amelia, but it still made me happy. Thank you so much. I bowed deeply. Finally, I managed to express the gratitude I couldn't convey a year ago, and that felt fulfilling. There was one more thing I hadn't said, but I worried it might trouble her. She was such a dedicated and earnest person, and the last thing I wanted was to make her uncomfortable. That's not true. Amelia. A faint murmur escaped her lips. Instinctively, I asked her what she said, only to freeze when I saw her expression. Tears shimmered in her serene, elegant eyes. It wasn't for work. Everything I told you back then, it was all true. I should have hidden my feelings, but I couldn't. Because I genuinely fell in love with you. What? I knew I shouldn't come here, but I just couldn't stay away. I had to see you again. Before she could say another word, I pulled her into my arms. Let me say this too. I've loved you all this time. I've always wanted to see you again. Her body trembled slightly in my embrace. Marcus, is that really true? I swear, I'll never lie to you again. I gently wiped the tears from her damp cheeks with my fingers. She gave a sweet smile, her shoulders slightly shrugging as if tickled. Neither will I. No more lies between us. The two of us gazed at each other for a while, and before we knew it, our faces slowly drew closer. After our lips gently brushed together, she gave me a mischievous smile. Hey, don't you think a former top hacker and a police officer make the most dramatic couple ever? And so, the story of the cool policewoman and her reformed hacker husband taking on the world's wrongdoers began. But that's a tale for another time.